Hello everybody and welcome to my second stream of Pyre. Uh, this is my first playthrough of this game. Hi Takarius, and this is my second time streaming it. So we've begun the campaign last time. Today we continue. We've done 3 rights. A society which raises a clenched fist against its own shall follow the doomed path of the Empire of Sar. So this is where we were the last time. Hi Dawn. How are you doing today, Dawn? And you too, Takarius. Alright. So last time we took the top path and everyone lost hope. And we got a mushroom for it. So I guess we can sell that mushroom. I also want the talk before we do this next right. We got a mushroom that was worth like 50 coins. Oh hey guys, you know, this place, a lot of folks, but not a lot of customers, know what I mean? So have a look around. So that's what we got. It can be sold at the slug market, and that I want to keep, that's good. Oh, Ruki's aura lingers longer than usual, that's really good. And Nox shroom. So I guess we can get some cash. What else have we got here? We can raise ranks of talismans to enhance it. How much cash do I have? 20. What does presence do? Is presence the size of our damage area? I think so. It's a good night. I'm glad to hear that, Dacarius. A bit of polished stone that made it all the way here from the other side and could one day perhaps return. Huh. After banishing an adversary, they get cash. So I can get 10 cash during a battle. Then I don't get any other bonuses, do I? Faster movement. And our main thing gets 7 health. Let's look what everyone's got. Is anyone missing out on something? So I've given you the moon crest. So you have a chance of coming back straight away. You've got nothing. Honestly, you should be holding that. You're the only one who can use that. You're holding that. You're holding the tailwind crest for quickness. Alright, we need something for Jody. I think we sell this. And I might buy that if I can afford it, but first got some rank 10 talismans. Get cash. Jody's pretty good at killing. I wouldn't mind just some cash for nothing. Especially because we're only 3 fights in. That I can see that coming in handy. It'll pay for itself. Faster movement speed. Jody's very slow, but I feel like Jody's a better fighter. There we go. Alright. 7 health. Some hope. Actually, everyone's hope is really low. Because we did the thing earlier. I think I'll grab this too. Hope is how fast they respawn when they die. Yeah, everyone's is really low, isn't it? -3. -3. This is the only one that's not gone down. What are the skills? I forget who I was going to be putting into the next fight, and I've got to decide that. We've got to use the imp because the imp's not having any huge disadvantage. So that's going to be guaranteed for the next one. Don't you have masteries? I guess not. Maybe we need to level them up before we can see what the masteries are. I guess I'll use May then. Bonus damage, probably not the best for this next fight. You need to respawn faster. Just looking at the kind of capstones that each of them have. I'm thinking I'll do Headwind, May, and the imp, Tizo. Also, can I use this on the talisman? Make it better. Nice. I'm happy with that. You guys have a good day out there. Ancient manuscript that chronicles the legends of the downside and a mystic path to freedom. Yeah, it's been a while since I played this last. Are there any more challenges? You have returned, have you? What is it you require? You have invoked Sandra from the Beyonder Crystal. What do you wish to do? I'm thinking I'll do a practice rite because it's been a while and I want to make sure I remember all the controls. And it's a good way to show anyone who hasn't seen this before how the game typically works. You express your interest in the practice rites. It seems to be a way to practice conducting the rites without all of the pressures of the real thing. Certainly, reader. That is why I'm here. I see you in that blasted book in just a moment. My Beyonders shall be waiting. Beyonders are the fighters. Oh no, the Beyonders is her team. Trapped in the book. So it's kind of a bit like soccer or basketball. You just try and get the ball to the other side, but you also have damage things. This place, so we're back. Look there, our host approaches. Sandra appears and looks upon your fellow exiles. Welcome to the practice rites. No strings training competitions between your fellow exiles and Sandra's Beyonders. Thanks, great to be back. Love the decor, honest. Silence, Kerr. You are unfortunate. Why can't I read? You are fortunate your reader summoned you again. You could use a little discipline. Now, come forth, and let us see how capable you are. In the practice rites, no enlightenment is awarded. You can train here as much as I wish. I can go back to the wagon whenever. Lovely. Alright. I'm gonna choose the default team. The ones I started with. Just for this. Because they all control a bit differently. If you are ready then, Nightwings, grasp the orb, and we shall train with you. Alright, so we move by clicking, we can sprint, I can swap who I control, I can jump, and I can do a spell. Whoops. So we try and take out the enemy health. Whoop. Did they just throw it to me? I'll take that. How do I throw it? Right click. But that's not a pass, is it? Space is pass, I think? Whoops. So everyone's got this kind of aura around them. Oh no. The aura does damage, but you only got the aura when you're not holding the ball. I think I'm getting the hang of this again. If I remember how to pass, space to pass. Whoops. Just gonna walk over here. Casually walking around. Oh, double kill, nice. I think I'm ready. Your vision returns as the effects of the Beyonder crystal dissipate. Time seems to have stood still while you experience the vision. The Beyonder crystal is an ancient artifact connected to the rites. Should the reader manage in your eyes, present the crystal only then. Message to the lone minstrel. There's the crystal. Where'd Jody go? Jody was here before. Riku's outside. Tariq the minstrel is strumming somewhere. How do I see what Jody's up to? Do I need to leave and come back in maybe? There we go. You sensed Jodariel's still gaze well before you turned to her. Reader, rummaging about the wagon once again. Tell me something. Now that you are here, look at me. Are you afraid of me? You consider the question. You have never met someone like her, but do know something of what happens to those who remain in the downside for many years. The downside's this kind of underworld place that we're in at the moment. Jodariel wishes to know if you fear her. Do we fear Jody? I think not, because Jody's a friend, but I don't know if Jody wants to be scary, you know? I sense no need to feel afraid of her. I am very much aware that she could snap me like a twig at any point. Or I think it's best not to indulge. Nah, Jodariel's our friend. You tell her that, although you do not yet know each other well, you do not fear her, and on the contrary feel safer in her presence. Truly. In that case, I have much work left to do. You shall feel me yet, if you survive this place. Now then, I shall go make my rounds. I think she's going to make herself scarier now. She walks away. You feel the floor of the wagon shake with her step. Oh, she gained hope for the next ride. That's good. We're definitely bringing her in on the next one then. Now for some bonus lore. Forget if I read this one. Let's read it again. The Empire's collapse. In the words of Galathanian, the Master General. It was not long before the Empire began to crumble. With my liege gone, his own country quickly turned upon itself. I must admit that this collapse had started long before the Emperor's disappearance. His decision to give chase after a myth but hastened the inevitable. All the while the rope caller stood by, awaiting such a time as he could rule in my liege's stead. He would be our people's saviour. His first charge was to organise a search for the missing Salayam Mer. Warriors, pathfinders and scholars heard the call and prepared to seek him out. Yeah, I think that's a new page we had there. The rope caller. Lost Emperor. What was the rope caller? I knew it was a fool's errand, but my liege would not listen. Oh, that was about the rope caller. What's a rope caller? His elder and most trusted aide. Oh, that's the one you just read. I see. I knew it was a fool's errand, but my liege would not listen. He instead insisted to pursue a certain treasure, a celestial orb, freshly fallen from the heavens in the reaches of the downside. He would be a living legend, if only he could grasp it. Whispered in his ear that Kaelmer Ropecaller, his elder and most trusted aide, would that I slew that man myself. His was a simple and yet brilliant ruse, to draw the Emperor farther still from his responsibilities and towards his greed. Thus did the Emperor begin an expedition to the Forsaken Lands. He insisted that he go, himself. So the Emperor's left, and then the Empire collapsed when he was gone. Okay. All because of the rope caller. As you make preparations for the coming rite, you wonder if the stars above will even be visible through the dense fog hanging over the pit of Malai. Then, Tizo seems to be very concerned by something in the vicinity. Oh no. The little imp disappears in a hurry. Oh, is Tizo alright? He was so frightened. He was not frightened. He was issuing a warning. Silence, everyone. Take cover. Jadariel makes a quick note of several hiding places among the nearby crags and rotted husks. You wait. Something about the place dampens your senses. All you feel is a creeping dread. Then, from the shadows, a writhing shape slides forwards, its hulking form draped in raiments. The shape stops. Slowly, its head turns from one of you to the next, each in turn. I think we haven't hidden very well if it's looking straight at us. Is this like a snake person? Wise of ye to hide yourselves from us, little Nightwings. Ye trespass on the resting place of the astral born. We shall see when the stars muster the courage to illuminate this place. The creature vanishes into the dark. After a time, your companions reconvene. That was a bog crone. Serpentine creatures native to the Commonwealth's southern bogs, widely feared. Though formerly part of the Commonwealth, the bog crones tend to keep to themselves. Indeed, that was Witch Udmild of the Withdrawn. She is an ancient witch with an unhealthy obsession for Islach, the astral-born monstrosity. The Withdrawn is the triumvirate of bog dwellers, so that's who we'll be facing. Compelled by sinister forces rather than by freedom. Tizo makes clear he has no love of Udmild. Although the rites dictate she cannot harm you bodily, with her, best not to take unnecessary chances. We'll take what chances we can get in all of this. Everyone, it's time.
Made it all the way to the detestable pit of Mileith. In doing so, of course, you have disturbed your ancient adversaries, the Withdrawn. The deranged witch who leads them has big plans in store, should she prevail in all this. Now, as you know, I normally would wish you a shameful defeat. But in this case, I wish you a little bit of luck.
The crone Udmild sees your companions gathered by their pyre. Right, for anyone who hasn't seen the earlier streams of this, the way this game apparently works is whether you win or lose, you keep going, and the story is different depending on how you do and the choices you make. So it's like, we get one shot at this, you know? A little flame as that shall never warm you here, much less survive the night. Hear us, Islach. Make the Nightwings suffer. We're the Nightwings. Islach is the monstrosity described in myths and ballads, thought slain by the 8 scribes. You're back, you had a bunch of cutscene to work through? What do you mean? Even in death, the Astroborn yet feeds upon our world, unsated by its own. Describe Luce Glorian. Ah, Destiny 2 cutscenes. How's that going? Ruki trots forward from your ranks. Listen here, you old bag. You don't scare any of us one bit, you or your buddy Islach. Now, are we doing this or what? The question hangs in the air for longer than is comfortable. It does seem to have drawn Udmild's attention, however. Ruki begins to squirm a bit. Sorry, just got a cough. There we go. Ruki begins to squirm a bit. Then Udmild moves her slender fingers to her mask. Just making sure my mic's on. Foolish. Islach shall grow. Islach shall grow. Islach shall grow. He shall consume ye, ere your little flame is died. That we shall ensure. Udmild slides off toward her followers. Ruki remains motionless for a time. Whoops. Oh, that's an interesting thing surrounding him. Okay. We need Tizo. We also need Jadariel. And I'm thinking we want to put May in, because I've given May this. Because that should offset some of May's respawn time.
It is done.
As the 8 scribes once vanquished Islach, so shall we prevail. No matter where ye go, Islach shall find ye and devour ye. What's with their zone? That's so weird.
Begin.
That didn't work.
Beware the adversary's order. In honor of the scribes.
Glad to hear Destiny's going well. Oh, that's dangerous. Oh, their zone cancels my zone. I didn't even notice. Oh, I just missed it. Come on, someone respawn. Thank you.
Jodariel doused the adversary's flames. Good.
Oh, flying makes us drop it? That's bad. Wait, Jodariel's not coming back? What? Why? Come on.
Glorious. The fire of resolve.
The lifeblood of the Slatch, it flows within this lair, and beneath this world, his lifeblood, it shall engulf ye in such blackness and despair. Oh no?
The witch invokes a profane name I shall repeat.
Can I cancel that? I can.
Best beware of foul sorceries. Banished.
No!
Both banished.
Oh, I got denied there.
The imp did it! No more than a lick of flame remains.
I wanted to go around that. Whoops.
Tough luck, Nightwings.
No. Don't throw it in!
Thrust straight into your flames. The orb. Ah.
That's not working.
Quite the close call.
I almost threw it in.
And it is done. The Nightwings prevail. Their adversaries proved no match for them.
Awesome.
The right is complete.
Tiso praises everyone's courage against Udmild and the Withdrawn. It would seem our adversaries failed to unnerve us. Describes, they vanquished Islatch, just as we prevailed tonight. Some revere them as gods, believing they bound themselves to exile so that others could live free. Centuries of oral tradition have shaped the history of the Eight Scribes into myth and legend. Know who Islatch is. Islach, we have failed thee, and the deed shall be repaid in blood. As for ye fools, ye shall be consumed, and everything around ye, from the soil to the stars, ye shall see.
Boundless are the teachings of the scribes.
Ooh, new level. Focus, training, prowess. The path towards survival on the blood border. These rites make similar demands of us. Any adversaries take longer to return. I want that. To start, we automatically get an extra 35 health. That's pretty good. Yeah, just more health on our main thing. Yes, please.
Something's awakened in the moon-touched girl.
The scribes. They whisper to me. They do from time to time. Okay. So we've got tricks of the rope caller. Alright. Masteries enhancing a savage's deafness and trickery. Or aggression and persistence. What's at the end? What are we working towards here? If they're banished while jumping, they'll return at the origin of the jump. While grasping the orb, May sprints and jumps without using stamina. A fast runner, or I can spam jump and it doesn't matter if I fail the jump. I think I'd like the stamina, so the brief charge up time before casting is reduced.
A devious trick from the rope collar.
Nice. What are we working for here? 10 damage extra if we get to the end, as opposed to a buff when he dies.
The next rite.
During the rites, position exiles next to each other and they link auras to make it significantly larger. I'm bad at reading today. Having bested the withdrawn rather decisively, you and the others have some moments to recover from the ordeal in the relative safety of the Black Wagon. So, when can we get out of here? What? Greentail had enough of Udmild's hospitality for the time? That's Rookie Greentail, by the way. Oh, Jody, yeah. Thanks, I'm good. The reader and the stars will point the way as ever. It's just so far. We've kept on going north. If that's the case again this time. The Sea of Solace spreads north and west from here for untold leagues. I could not tell you when last a vessel dared to sail those waters. Tizo asserts himself during the conversation. What is the matter, little one? Tizo is trying to get you to come look at something outside the wagon. Can the wagon go on water? Reader, please go see what he wants. You excuse yourself and follow the imp into the dark of night. You find May and the lone minstrel already gazing up at the stars. Can you not read the stars yourself then, Mr. Minstrel? I fear it is not so simple as matters of can or cannot when it comes to me, May. We shall see what the reader has to say, for this is his charge. And here he is, in fact. Thank you for fetching him, Tizo. Tizo is happy to have obliged the lone minstrel. Reader, it would seem the skies have cleared to some extent. Please look upon the stars and see where they compel us to go next. Where are we going? That's where we were. Looks like we are going further north, doesn't it? Oris, the Azure Star. The Azure Star burns bright over the ruins of a lost frigate in the Sea of Solace. The rites beckon you still further north, toward the middle of the Sea of Solace, an impossible oceanic expanse pockmarked by crude little islets. Attempts to sail across the drowned sea do not usually turn out so well. That's not good. You're joking, right, chum? Does the reader seem the joking type to you, Greentail? We do not argue with the stars. You talk like we can just go ride right in out into the water. Pardon my interruption, though. Perhaps we can. Say what? My client, Sandalwood, he has a way of anticipating such eventualities. Sandalwood. The apparent name is the mysterious informant of Hedwyn, Jadariel, and Ruki. Isn't he who made the black wagon? Or at least it belonged to him. West of here lies a place called Big Bertrude's. The proprietor is an old companion of his. She may be able to assist us. A small bog dweller outpost at the edge of the sea. All sorts of contraband used to come through here, some of it fatal if touched or inhaled. Alright, so be careful. Hedwyn's smile returns. That sounds like our best shot right now. Let's pack it up and move as soon as possible. Hi Ivyclaw. Have a good rest. Thanks for stopping by. Greetings, reader. It is good that you are here, for there is something that I wish to tell you privately. Do you have a moment? I shall not keep you long, though I know your time is precious. The lone minstrel wishes to tell me something of the rites. Yes? You've been spreading the holy story of Karl. Yes. The one where Karl is still in there somewhere? The lone minstrel seems a wellspring of information concerning your quest. Your concerns right now do not include the need to hear accounts of ancient history. Let's hear him out. You bid him to continue and make clear your interest in whatever he has to say. Very well, and thank you for your time. And, I should further note, matters that pertain directly to the rites I must reveal to you alone, for thus I am obliged. In any case, when you confronted the withdrawn and witchered Mild, you might recall she tended to invoke a certain name. Islach, the Astralborn. I hesitate to say it even now. You would be forgiven if you took the ravings of Vidmild for mere nonsense. However, her words, as it turns out, ring with a certain truth. Before the union of the 8 scribes, when first they found themselves here in the downside, this land was even less hospitable, if that can be believed. It was ruled over by the greater titans. The one called Islach was the eldest and most fearsome of the lot. Colossal monsters that once roamed the downside, the scribes together slew them one by one, and through this forged their bonds. Just the same, the scribes managed to defeat it. They later used Islach's own hide and decor to bind the Book of Rites. That book? They bound themselves to exile so that others could live free. However, Islach did not truly die, for by some accounts, it seems to be incapable of death. The creature is regenerating even now, though very, very slowly. Its vow is to devour this land and everything in it. Only then can it return unto whatever plane that banished it to ours. So, in a way, it is an exile just like you. If ever should the creature be reborn, it shall be many ages hence. Thus the ravings of Idmild are more or less inconsequential for the while. Yet the history of Islach is inexorably linked to the rites, and therefore must be known. I trust your research of the book shall lead you to discover more in time. I hope all of this is of some reassurance. And now I leave you to your more immediate concerns. I shall go check to see how everyone is faring at this time. He heads out into the evening, bidding you a good rest of the evening. Spooky. Still trying to work out how I'm meant to find Jodie's status here. Because we've got Tizo, we've got Ruki, we've got Hedwyn, we've got May. Common room. Not sure. Why hello my lovely reader. What might I do for you? Okay, we don't have any more trials available later. So I don't mind. Are you sloshing all the way across the flagging hands right now? The Greenfield desolate region of the downside, beyond which lies the sea. No, I think we just did flagging hands. A hideous place, as I understand, where I can neither see it nor experience its wondrous aroma, as you surely can. Although perhaps you are accustomed to it now. The Nightwings of the past misliked the place, of that I can assure you. We share a common misery. Now, please leave me to mine, unless there is a service you require me to render at this time. I shall be here if you need me. Okay, if we go continue, then maybe she'll say something different. Small bog dweller outpost at the edge of the sea. The lone minstrel says someone here can help me pursue the stars across the sea. Let's do it. Did we just jump the gap? In a wagon? This is the place. Let us go to see my client's companion as soon as you are ready. Does she have anything different? No. Big Bertrude is a sickly gathering of bog dwellers who stay within shadows. Yet you can feel their eyes surveying everything. The lone minstrel steps forward. Sandalwood sent us. Those words are enough to make the bog dwellers snap to attention. They emerge from the mud and dark and begin inspecting your black wagon with their strange tools. One of the bog dwellers slithers forth. She is larger than the rest and leaves no doubt that she commands the others. So speaketh the name Sandalwood. We would know his whereabouts. Reveal them to us. Good day to you, Big Bertrude. It is a pleasure to meet you at last, for Sandalwood always spoke highly of you and your handiwork. He was a bog dweller once feared and respected in the Commonwealth for his sorceress work. He did he? In turn, we know who thou must be. Yet thou speakest of the past, Sandalwood. Doth he yet live? Speak plain and quickly. To be quite frank with you, madam, I do not know for certain, for I have been apart from him for some time, carrying out his will. Though I have every faith that I, Sandalwood, lives. As for his current whereabouts, I understand that he awaits us somewhere near Wakingwood, beyond the waters. A labyrinth of a forest on the western half of Black Basin. Few know their way around it. The path to the sacred Mount Elodial lies far beyond these suffocating woods. We wish to seek him there, though, as you can see, our wagon is ill-suited for the task. Wait, does my transcription look funny? There shouldn't be a green tint. No, I haven't. That's just how it is. Okay. Why are you running away? No! Our wagon is ill-suited for crossing the ocean. The one called Bertrude frowns at this, studying the lone minstrel all the while. Indeed. Then leave us. Return at dawn, that is all. I'm not evil. Hi, Queen. By your grace, Big Bertrude. The lone minstrel turns away, but Hedwyn stops him. Hold on. Are you sure about this? Leaving the wagon in their care? All should be in accordance with my client's plan. I'm not evil. Thank you for the bit, Epic. I'm not evil. You keep calling Sandalwood your client. He must reward you well. Aye, in a manner of speaking. He helped me find a sense of purpose I thought lost. Hedwyn nods at this, then turns to you. Well, my friend, I guess we'll see what happens, right? I'm off to let the others know. You find yourself with time for your vacations. Vacations? Oh, nice. Well, the Bog Dwellers go about their business. 3 options. Look for resources. Study for bonuses. Or teach a fellow exile. Rank them up. Let's mentor someone. Having gleaned knowledge from the Book of Rites, you can impart some of its teachings. As each exile's path toward enlightenment is personal, you have to mentor them one at a time. Who do you think we should mentor? Who's got the best stuff at the end? Imp. 10 extra damage is good. They've got fairly good movement, especially with this here. Yeah. Teaser would be pleased to go over the finer points of the rites with you. You illustrate to Tizo some of the intricacies of the rites, focusing on how all 3 in a triumvirate can move and act as of one mind. You sense he grasps some of the concepts. Nice. Tizo just had a flash of inspiration about his role in the rites and as part of the Nightwings. Oh, I can mix and match the trees to a degree. I want this. So he can implode wider, or he's back after imploding sooner. I like the idea of a wider area. The greater Titans grew to fear him after news of the demise of Shaq's six shoulders spread across the land. Haub knew every hidden pathway and escape in all the Jomur Valley, and flagging hands as well. Now I want this one. Tizo seems very excited about some of your ideas. My idea was imploding. Yay, imploding. Can't wait. The lone minstrel finds you early the next day. Reader, it is ready. Please come have a look. The others are already there. Okay. What's happened to the wagon? We have a table now, and a bell. The black wagon appears different now than it did even a day before. The hull is fully sealed and reinforced, and all manner of nautical equipment adorns the port side. Avali is cute. No, you. Wow. You people seeing this? I'm gonna have a look around. The wagon should be fit for sea voyage. Let us depart at your earliest convenience. What about Big Bertrude? She then appears, as if on cue. Tell that Sandalwood he owes us twice over. If I may, Big Bertrude, you could tell him yourself if you wish to accompany us in our voyage north. Our group would welcome someone of your vast experience. Dare thee make flirtations upon us? No, Enough. But, should ye see that sandalwood, tell him also to come and visit us again. Now, be gone from here, and tell no one that we were paid in favours. She slithers off without another word. Soon the lone minstrel breaks the silence. We are fortunate that she assisted us, but we should go, just as she said. I know the navigational controls and shall explain. This is so exciting. I don't know how to swim. Tizo seems to share May's enthusiasm for heading out to sea. I am beginning to feel ill already. Your black wagon became seaworthy. The Sea of Solace awaits. We're just riding off the cliff. Is that what we're doing here? Before she left, Big Bertrude shared knowledge of a current that should draw you out to sea. That's pretty good. There's nothing else we should get from here before we go? No? Worm Gold. You and your companions watch the sea as your wagon rolls over the gentle waves. We have crossed into Worm Gulf. I hope that all of you are acclimating well. Acclimating? The tempestuous Sea of Solace lies beyond this death-still body of water. Exiled worms from the Sea Dominion naturally congregate around here. There is no acclimating to these worm-infested waters. We risk everything to sail here. Exiled worms of the Sea Dominion tend to seek out the cold of the downside seas. Known for being reckless and single-minded, they are perfectly suited to fill the Commonwealth's front lines. As long as we follow the cold current Big Bertrude indicated, we shall be safe. If the next right is in the middle of the sea, how will our adversaries meet us there? They shall find their way as we find ours. It is all part of the scribe's design. Now, reader, please confirm the next point on our sea journey. We seek the Hulk of Oars. Hi, Starry! According to the stars, the next rite shall soon commence at the Hulk of Oars. It's a carcass of the doomed exploring vessel Dazraban, lost in the waters of the downside. Bertrude's instructions are to navigate the maze of moors in a curving route bearing northeast. That looks more northwest, doesn't it? How are you, Starry? And you, Epic? Oh. The wagon continues rolling gently across the waves, which seems to you a welcome change of pace after having come from flagging hands not very long ago. I'm not evil. However, Jadariel seems more concerned now than before, and paces ceaselessly. When she notices Ruki, she stops him for some questioning. Is she gonna ask Ruki if he's scared of her? Greentail, how is he doing? Who? Hedwyn? Oh, he's pretty much the same. Been up all night, retching into the waters if I had to guess. His first time out at sea? His first. She turns to you. Reader, please check on Hedwyn when you have the opportunity. He requires our support, and we require his swift recovery. Wish them a good afternoon as you go check up on the others in the group. Later, you find Hedwyn looking out of sorts. Oh, hello my friend. It's just, the sea hasn't been good for me, I guess. It's funny, all this travel just to get back to the Commonwealth of all places. Hey, tell me something. What do you miss the most about that place? Hedwyn wants to know what you miss about your past life. My book collection was highly illegal, though just the same, you miss having had access to those volumes. Your life was almost always difficult, but several of your long-time confidants did help you to get by. Your mouth waters at the thought of it, at least compared to what passes for sustenance here. You have made conscious efforts to discard most of your memories of living in the Commonwealth. Friends. You tell him that there were those who did support you over the years, and that it pains you now to be apart from them. Yeah, I hear you, my friend. There's someone I miss terribly back there myself. I'm sure that when you make it out of here, your loved ones will be waiting. Anyway, I'll be fine, I think. Thank you for checking up on me. You sense he wishes to be alone. There is not much to be done for him, for now. It appears Hedwyn is too ill to conduct the next rite. May he soon get well. I am sorry for my interruption, reader. Please again confirm the next point in our voyage. According to Bertrude, the celestial landmark you seek is beyond this strait. Yeah. That way. By the scribes! The sea, I didn't know it was so beautiful. Having escaped the waters of Worm Gulf, you now can see what must be the hulk of Oars, far on the horizon. Not everyone has taken well to the sea voyage, however. Tizo is wondering if Hedwyn is feeling better. I thought Tizo was unwell too for a second. He requires further rest, Tizo. All we can do is to wish him a swift recovery. Reader, sir, from this point, our voyage must diverge from Bertrude's instructions. Please consult with your companions about which course to take. We pulled up on land to drive back out into the water. Okay, the north current towards the Hulk of Oars runs as quick as Under King Oars himself. May believes that the 8 scribes shall bless me if I go that way. The south current towards the Hulk of Oars teems with fish and other sea life. Tizo wants to fish for something tasty here. A blessing from the 8 scribes. Or some fish for Tizo. I see fish up there too. But I don't think we'll get fish if we take the top path. I wonder what a blessing involves. But at the same time, fish. I think fish. We're going to get a happy imp. The sea is peaceful for the most part, save for occasional strange shimmers beneath the surface. You realize the lone minstrel is looking down at them along with you. Those shapes down there, some must be worms of the Sea Dominion, cast into exile. Sea Dominion is a vast and war-torn undersea regime, home to an untold number of amphibious worms. Having conquered their waters, the worms clambered onto the Commonwealth's shores in search of new wars. I understand that they tirelessly fought the Commonwealth's wars, having grown wary of their own. They must make worthy adversaries. What's the Commonwealth? The Commonwealth is the people living in the downside? Or is the downside where people get banished to from the Commonwealth? Tizo appears to have spotted something tasty. We have Happy Imp. Tizo dives without warning into the depths below. Oh no! Hope he'll be alright. And there he goes again. That one enjoys being at sea, despite its perils. Eventually, the little imp resurfaces, clutching something in his claws. Tiso caught a black-eye puffer. He could always sell it. Ooh. A limbless, cold-blooded creature caught at sea. 86 cash, that's pretty good. We'll be able to go shopping. At last, you arrive at the Hulk of Oars, after journeying across the sea. It seems the next rite is to commence here soon, though there is no sign of your next adversaries yet. Down the river, new page, and shopping. Let's talk first. So we have some new things. A nautical bell, a keepsake from Big Bertrude's. Among the Black Wagon's seafaring equipment, Hedwyn uses it to signal when food is ready. Where did these books come from? Like I can make different knocking sounds depending what you click on. Okay. Down the river, in the words of Golgolathanian, the Master General. The Emperor Salayam Mur knew naught of this, of course. His expedition yielded not the treasure he desired, but brought him closer to his country than he had ever been before. As he travelled down the river Sklorian in pursuit of greed, he found instead an inkling of shame. He saw the sunken faces of his people, heard their words for him. In time, he could not ignore it, and it proved more than he could bear. The river finally claimed him, his belongings, and his retinue. Once the people heard, I understand they cried with joy. Perhaps he ought to have perished, but the mercy shown to him, I think, is what transformed him. So the Emperor is in the water then. A limbless, cold-blooded creature rescued from the sea. It is fully grown and has led a rich life. Silver Cuddlehead, isn't that the one I found earlier? Reader, a moment of your time? You ask what is on her mind. Hedwyn. He is beginning to recover from his illness. However, its sudden onset serves as a reminder, I believe. I have known Hedwyn since he was a child. Even now, I hesitate to say that he is grown. Nevertheless, there are such things that even I would never say to him directly. For instance, I struggle with his confidence, at times. Whether he leads us to our freedom or our doom, I am ambivalent. Ambivalent? What's that mean? Da-da-da. Having mixed feelings or contradictory ideas about something or someone. So she doesn't know whether Hedwyn's leading them to freedom or doom. Speak not a word of this to him, of course, in case that is unclear. I shall tell him in my own way, if and when the time requires. In any case, when times remind me of his mortal weaknesses, I end up having to consider what should happen should we become separated permanently. She trails off a while. What I mean to say is, you should know that I am fully pledged now to this quest of ours, whether Hedwyn is the one to lead us to its end or not. I have my reasons. One of them is him. I expect the same holds true for you. That is all I wish to say. Take care, reader. She nods and brushes past you towards the door. Is that the fish that we can sell? Would it be worth selling or worth keeping? Not sure. You call upon me for some purpose, my reader? What's on your mind now? There is an undulation I have sensed, reader, which means, I think, that your black wagon sails the sea. Am I not right? Of course I am. She laughs at this, or at herself perhaps. I scarce remember the sea. It has been a little while since I bathed in it, you understand? My memories of it are wistful. Nonetheless, although... I'm terrible at reading. Heck. My memories of it are wistful nonetheless. Although, if I remember correctly, the Sea of Solace is a disgusting mockery of the Emerald Seas near to the Empire. The Empire of Sar dominated the known world for millennia, till the doomed reign of Salayam Mur. Never shall we make the wicked errors of our predecessors, the Archjustice Androbolus IV. Do be careful out there, will you? Now, let me cease my prattling, lest I extend my sentence by another such eternity or two. We had best stick to business. Farewell for now then, reader. Our wagon's starting to get a lot of stuff in it. Oh, hey you guys. Funny running into you out here. Right in the middle of the drink, you know what I mean? Not a lot of customers today, so have a look. I'll give you a good deal. Yeah, what are you doing out here and how did you get here? Might get that, that's pretty cheap. Trade item. Black Eye Puffer. Is that the one that's they're leaving, Dad? Just look at how much we got this time. What I wanted to check here was I'm forgetting what I was trying to check. Was it the people? In the common room I can review notes and observations about your fellow exiles and their respective paths towards enlightenment in the rites. We only have observations, we don't have anything about a crime motive or years exiled. We just have a few observations. Oh yeah, I wanted to look at the fish to know if that's the one. Silver cudgel head. It's a different fish, might as well sell it. It's just a trade item. There's some expensive ones like the lunar glass, which could be worth getting. Might like to give Ashen Coal to somebody later on. Or it might be worth just saving up for when something better comes, because when you look at this, everyone's already got something. Here we go. Wonder who will be facing here, or if anyone's even going to show up. Also, why is there an arm here? That's spooky. Is that one of the scribes, maybe? Having landed at the Hulk of Oars, it's a carcass of a doomed exploring vessel. That is a carcass. Having landed at the Hulk of Oars, you and your fellow exiles now anticipate the hour that the rites are to commence again. What do you think, Tizo? Don't I look just like Mr. Hedwin? Tizo is worried that Hedwin is still feeling unwell. Wait, I think... What's that? A serpentine creature emerges from the water, followed by several others of its kind. You recognize it as a worm of the Sea Dominion. What they all are doing here you see plain by their ritual rhymes. The nearest one somehow loosens its mask. Good sirs and good ladies. So it is you that heed the summons to glorious competition against this knight and his brigade. Well then, let us do battle now without delay. More than our freedom is at stake here, but our very honour, and this knight fully intends to reclaim his. It's so funny. Oh, and lest this knight forget, he is called Sir Gilman. He salutes you all on behalf of the Pyre Hearts, until the contest. He is a once proud knight of the Sea Dominion, on a self-made quest to regain his honour. Pyre Hearts, a triumvirate of worm knights who perceive the rites as great battles to be won. He splashes out of view, just as the stars above begin to shimmer with strange light. So glorious amount of damage when they run in.
Relentless, aren't we, reader? Even the vastness of the sea was not enough to thwart your coming here unto the hulk of Orus. You would be wise not to underestimate.
I noticed there's
your
8 stars up there.
adversaries here, despite their pitiable look. I am, of course,
Perhaps a star for
referring
each
to
scribe.
Pyre Hearts. These rites are but another war to them, and that makes you their mortal enemy. I expect your battle to be glorious.
Alright, so we have to go diagonally this time, not just to the right. Your fellow exiles are gathered on the rotting deck of the Hulk of Oars. As your adversaries clamber into view, Ruki pours up to them. You heard good things about this game when it came out? It's pretty fun. Say, what are you worms even doing here? Can't you just swim back to the Commonwealth or the Sea Dominion or wherever it is you're from? Haha, an excellent point. It seems then that these adversaries in the rites are clever, wouldn't you say, sire? Just get rid of them already, Gilman. As your commanding officer, this knight hereby commands it. Hark, this knight wishes to introduce his noble commander. No worm knight in history has withstood as many frontline battles. Doff your helm, sire, as is our custom. May our adversaries tremble at the sight of you. Sir Gilman attends to his commander's mask, despite his protests. Wait, give the knight his mask. This knight hereby presents to you the great Sir Deluge, a noble visage, is it not? Visage? He is a petty worm knight of the Sea Dominion, who somehow survived countless battles. Sir Deluge trembles and squirms. So yes, you can swim or no? Of course we knights can swim. All knights of the Sea Dominion can. But we are exiles in this land, the same as ye. We can swim, 'tis true, but 'tis summarily impossible to swim back up the river down which we are flushed to end up here. Nay, there is but one way to return. Silence, Gilman. Nobody cares. Back to your post. Sir Gilman hesitates, but does as he is told. This knight knows who you are, Nightwings, and he is not afraid of you. He somehow climbs back into his mask and coils up to his full height. Now, on guard. The exiles of the Worm Triumvirate take their positions as you focus on the Book of Rites. I don't know how these worms are going to behave. They've got really small circles, so we should be able to just walk into them. Maybe they've got good speed or casting though. Reader, Hedwyn's illness means he cannot help us here. He shall be counting on us.
Now, let us begin.
Okay. So nobody's got any debuffs here. I'd like the imp again. I want to get this one. I think I'll bring Ruki along too. Now I can see what these trees are. They're not really my favorite.
Tizo. Jodariel. Ruki. Now.
No way these Worm Knight bozos are faster than me. Gilman, status report. What's the enemy's position? They now stand ready to confront us, sire. A very brave triumvirate they seem to this night's eye. Brave? Air-sucking monsters, one and all. Pyre hearts, be ready.
Begin. Sir Deluge caught out.
Oops. Oh. Oh no.
War bathes first within the Nightwing's flame. There. By the scribes. Tis taken. Oh.
Gonna destroy their entire team here real quick.
Sublime.
That's what I can do with the bigger explosion radius anyway. Oh, they jumped. No.
Headlong goes Sir Gilman into flame.
Gilman, your form is sloppy. Fight them as though your miserable life is on the line. Your words do wound me, sire. This knight gives every right his very, very best. Though perhaps we do have much to learn from such a brave triumvirate as the one whom we now face. Whose side are you on? Get out there and vanquish them at once. Tizo notes the Pyre Heart seem to be too busy arguing to pay you any attention.
There seems to be dissension in your adversary's
If they're
ranks.
too busy.
'Tis little wonder these fool worm knights are no longer fit to serve the Commonwealth.
We just do that, that's a lot of damage.
The right is nearly ended. Not much force of will behind that thrust.
Yeah, it was a quick throw, I was about to die.
I thought they had you there.
They almost did.
Oh. The orb is loose.
That's a strong jump. Why didn't it let me in? Hey,
Stand north.
these worms are pretty fast.
Fear not the purifying flame.
Oh, 1 point left. No.
No, you don't.
Wait, does it take some time to
Braver than expected
recharge, does it?
from Sir Deluge.
Ouch. No.
Unfortunate. Ah.
Why can't I put it in?
Oh, so close. One triumvirate stands unopposed. And
There we
it
go.
is done. The you-know-who prevail. Their hapless adversaries stood no chance.
They almost had us. Got a few
Thus
points.
end this night's proceedings.
Tizo is very pleased to have prevailed against the Worm Knights of the Pyre Hearts. I expected more from the Worm Knights of the Sea Dominion. Those Worm Knights are quick alright, but Rookie Greentail's quicker. This knight commends you, noble Nightwings. Gloriously fought indeed, and this knight shall wistfully remember this defeat until the end of his days. Silence, Gilman! This is all your fault, and now cavorting with our enemies? How dare you! This knight was but attempting honorary compliment, sire. It is not in accordance with the rights to praise one's adversary on a worthy outcome. Or is it not? Worthy? This knight will show you worthy, you miserable little minnow. You are a failure, Gilman. Get now from this knight's sight.
What stirs now in the hearts of all these exiles?
Did we get a level here? No, almost.
Until the stars align.
No levels that time. After besting the Pyre Hearts with ease, you at last return to the wagon with your companions. There is little discussion of the Pyre Hearts, who seem to have already swam off toward wherever next the stars directed them. Instead, your fellow exiles' attention turns toward your companion, who is absent for the ride. Yeah, I hope Hedwin's doing okay. How is Hedwin? The lone minstrel makes a sound, but no words form as yet. Something is troubling him. I urged him to remain bedridden. And he simply would not listen. I am very sorry, but... Wait, what? Everyone stares at the lone minstrel in stunned silence. The lone minstrel breathes a heavy sigh. But then... Hey, what's with the long faces, everyone? Minstrel, I should wring that neck of yours. As I was attempting to explain, Hedwin is already up and about, despite my having strongly recommended further rest. Those that are unaccustomed to sea voyage and take ill, they are very likely to experience further symptoms if they do not remain bedridden, or at least sedentary. Hedwin is running a considerable risk of having to spend another night in great discomfort. What are you, a doctor? Nay, although I travelled once with one extensively. Is Sandalwood a doctor? Look, I appreciate your caution and concern, Tariq, but I'm pretty well accustomed to discomfort here, and I had to see how things turned out tonight. I haven't had to stay out of a rite like that before. So, you are back to the living then, Hedwin? I was just seasick. No. Thank you for the brief, Queen. Nevertheless, your full recovery requires rest. I think we could all use some rest after tonight. Anyway, thank you everyone for your concern, and I'm sorry that I worried you or caused you further burden. Too much boobs. No. Not cute noises. He turns to you. My friend, what do you say we figure out where to go next? I'm beginning to miss being on solid ground. You follow him outside where the night sky awaits. Hey, I wanted to thank you for conducting the rite back there without me being there. I could rest easy knowing you and the others would get through it. Anyway, I'll leave you to your reading. Can't begin to imagine where we'll be off to next. We're well past anywhere in the downside I've ever been. Even Jody hasn't gone this far. He bids you a good evening as you turn your attention back to the sky. Who's gonna kiss? Who's kissing? Where are we going? Even further north? Are we not ever going back south to something like this one? Or this? There's some stars here that we've never been to. further north. Trieste, the Silver Star. The Silver Star burns bright over the fissured lands of Black Basin. The player character and Headwind. Why are we kissing? What? Still further north then. Maybe they change depending on your options. I think the options do change things in this game. And whether you win or lose, the battles also changes things. Ah! Not simply north. This shall prove difficult. What's the problem? Our destination is beyond the deathless tempest. A vessel such as ours has little hope of traversing it intact. Deathless tempest is a tempest raging in the Sea of Solace seemingly for all eternity. The storm that arose after the death of the sea titan, unfathomed Flurns, never has entirely subsided. I don't think this is a I don't think this is a romance visual novel. I think it's more like no kissing. I think it's more like everyone's been banished here for some kind of crime, but we don't know what they've done, you know? And we're trying to redeem them and help them get out. Can't we go around it? Given our confrontation with the Pyrehearts, our chances back in worm-held waters would be even worse. Come on people, it'll be just another day in the downside. Go get yourselves some sleep while we still can. Bet you'll feel better in the morning. I can word. Why can't it be both? No. I'm not here to be kissing. Your optimism is infectious. Isn't it? You want a nice, cute, wholesome romance. But which one will we be romancing? You all concur that rest is in order, for the sea journey has been taxing to everyone. Come daybreak, you shall have to hold. I'm reading chat instead of the thing, send help. Come daybreak, you shall have to find a way to sail past the deathless tempest. Help. Imp friend. Also, do we have a thing here? We can't do a practice right yet. Why are you trying to get me to flirt with the characters? Tizo has been in a rather cheerful mood since being out at sea and seems pleased to see you. They say hi. Tizo is grateful at having had the opportunity to catch a fish for old times' sake. You come help, you're lonely. I'm sorry. No, don't be lonely. We're all here. You don't need to be lonely. Tizo is asking if you want to know why he loves fishing so much. Okay. You sense his inquiry is rhetorical in nature, so you anticipate his response. Tizo loves catching fish because he hates them and everything they stand for. He has devoted his life to the eradication of their kind, ever since they killed his family. He seems on the verge of tears, though as far as you are aware, imps cannot cry. The fish killed Tizo's family? Then he leers at you, eyes wide, expecting a response. It seems he told you a joke. How to respond to Tizo's attempt at humor? Tizo seems like he could use encouragement, assuming what he said was in fact in jest. It was a noble effort, but perhaps you do not yet fully grasp the nuance of imp humor. Hmm. Help. Hi, Cthulhu! So we can go along with the joke, but also at the same time he's joking about his family being killed. So I mean, like... Well, the game's literally telling me it's humour, so I'm gonna laugh. You must be a best Betty laugh, following Tizo's joke. He stares at you sidelong for a moment. Tizo admits the real reason he loves catching fish is because Falcon Ron pays a lot of soul for them. He really does. He snickers back at you and bounces off. Yay! Tizo's going to be good in the next mission. Do we have a new page? Fish sell for good money. We have this fish is a friend. Through the waves or down there? Options. The north current towards Stormwall passes by old carcasses of ships long gone. Rookie spotted wreckage in the area and believes there could be valuables to find. Yeah, let's go through where all the other ships have failed with our wagon. Or large sea creatures, and Tizo is very eager to see the wagon head in this direction. We did Tizo's one last time. Let's look in the wreckage. Let's go chaotic path through the waves or whatever. What could go wrong? The remnants of a shattered fleet do little to raise the confidence of your companions, given that the massive deathless tempest rages to the north, not far from your position. Yeah, that's what that was talking about. That is the waves. We ought to be more concerned with that storm than finding trinkets, Greentail. Oh, relax, Jody, and let me do my job. I don't show up when you're out there keeping watch and start telling you to come off it now, do I? You interrupt me in the middle of my work no fewer than 4 times per day. They go on like this for some time before turning to you. Investigating the wreckage is going to take time, but you may find something to show for it. Kind of the entire purpose we came to this path though, yeah? Let's search. You suggest it may well be worthwhile to continue searching through the wreckage after having come this far. Ruki grins wide. Knew you'd see it my way, chum. Now let's see what we can get. After an exhaustive search... sorry, chum. I think I was just chasing the refraction of the sun or something. There's nothing down there. Jadariel fumes at all of this, but says nothing. Oh no! Okay. We're not picking Jadariel for the next one. Whoops. Bad choice. You and your companions look upon the deathless tempest. The stars demand you sail beyond it, yet the very thought is beyond reason. Then something in the nearby water stirs, and from it springs something familiar. Hold, good ladies and good sirs. This knight beseeches you to hear him, if you please. What is it now, Worm? The rites are ended. We have no further need of you. Oh, but you do, and in turn this knight has further need of you, good lady. Out with it then. Let us be joined. Let this knight join you, please. Can you believe this, Hedwyn? Not really, no. Nay, look ye not so surprised. Your valour in the rites did stir this poor knight's soul. He swears to you, upon his long-lost honour as a would-be knight-errant of the Sea Dominion, that he shall serve you to the end. What about your other worm friends back there, the Pyre hearts? They are base cowards! This knight can no longer abide by such spineless characters, having witnessed true glory in our clash upon the hulk of oars. Never before have we been trounced so thoroughly. One of the downside celestial landmarks. That's where we came from. And furthermore, this knight shall aid your passage to the deathless tempest. Is it not so that you seek passage to the north? With this knight's aid, you shall achieve your wish. Sir Gilman continues to persuade you for quite some time. He seems to know a way to cross the storm. Some sort of long-held secret among worms exiled to these waters. Jadariel pulls the rest of you aside after Hedwyn gives her a look. Are you most sure that Sandalwood would want this thing along? Mostly sure. Sandalwood wants someone for each mask, and this one seems about as good as we're going to get. Jadariel glowers back at the worm, who tries his best to look presentable. Hedwyn is more gracious. He tells Sir Gilman that if he promises to help you cross the Deathless Tempest, then he can come along for now. This knight is overjoyed, and he hereby swears to see you pass the storm. Though first, this knight requires your consent. Give unto this knight your blessings in the name of the Nightwings, and thus shall he go forth. Cute. He had heart in his eye. Sir Gilman seems to be asking your permission for something. It's not clear what he intends for us to do. He wants to be a Nightwing! As you begin to say something in response, Sir Gilman cries out in triumph. He vanishes into the depths, yet through this close encounter with him, you cling to some sense of where he is going and what he intends to do. Sir Gilman is determined to help you cross the Deathless Tempest. How are we helping him? Determined to prove himself to you and the Nightwings, Sir Gilman emerges somewhere in the outer reaches of the Sea of Solace and calls out to you. Master Reader, if you can hear this knight, then he implores you now. Lend him your guidance. This knight's objective ought to be not far east of here. Today we shall bring peace to the embroiled sea. Know, however, that among this knight's brethren, the actions we are about to take are highly forbidden. But they are highly just. Thus, Sir Gilman sets forth to quell the storm that rages to the north. Okay. To the north? Hark! Yonder lie the foul spawn of unfathomed plurns, boiling the seas with their wrath. Unfathomed plurns, the sea titan, once slain by the scribe Underking. Oars. Her brood lies dormant in the sea. Tales of her monstrosity long spread across the world. The Book of Rites. But these things are dangerous? Exiled worms within these waters have long harboured these abominations, using them to bar passage through the downside's channels for any save this knight's own kind. Be gone from here, fiends. This knight shall finish what the Underking Oars started. The Underking Oars, 7th of the 8 scribes of the Book of Rites, known as the Persevering, or the Sea Sojourner. The legendary leader of the Worm's undersea crusades sought to reach the edge of the abyss. Okay. Doesn't hurt me. Oh. So his attack is always backwards. I see. Like that? Or am I just meant to break the bubbles? What's going on here? Hold it right there, you traitorous slug. How dare you turn your back on this knight? To your superior. Superior by rank no longer, for we no longer serve the Commonwealth. Last this knight checked, here you hold no sway over this knight. Ah, and what have you done to the spawn? Have you no honour left at all? This knight has done that which required doing. His honour cannot sink much lower anyhow. He figured this would be an ideal time to free himself from servitude to you. Why you dare to staunch the Tempest for those Nightwings? Good Sir Deluge. This knight was born to dare. Now come and fight this knight if you so dare as well. Ah, Pyre Hearts, banish him. This is an order. I think their leader's changed now, has it? Oh no, no, that one was always the leader, right? Whoops. You see, Gilman, you shall ever be inferior, even among the weakest of our kind. Gilman? Where did he go? Gilman? Gilman! But Sir Gilman's banishment served as the perfect ruse for him to elude his adversaries and return to his newfound allies. Oh, I messed up. This knight would say it was an honour serving you, Sir Deluge. But that would be a bold-faced lie, and yet another stain upon his blackened reputation. Until we meet again. Wait, you lowly traitor. This knight will have your head. Gilman. It's a tricky one to control. You've got to kind of circle around them to attack. As the day wears on, there is still no sign of the Worm Knight. Companions grow restless, but then... Hail! The knight returns with newfound tales to tell, and new scars to show for them. Sir Gilman is sopping wet and visibly shaken. He struggles to maintain decorum. He is, in short, the very image of a Worm Knight. And more importantly, that little Tempest ought no longer pose a threat for now. Behold! As if on cue, the deathless Tempest begins to simmer and subside. Nice. Would you look at that? He really did it. Of course this knight did it! Now, if it would be alright with you, this knight could really use some shut-eye. The Worm Knight then collapses in exhaustion. You and Hedwyn help him up. A deal's a deal, Sir Gilman. Welcome to the Nightwings. Huzzah! Sir Gilman joined the group. He also revealed a path north for you. We'll have to try him out in the next fight, I think. So this is in the middle of where the waves normally are, I think. With Sir Gilman's aid, you managed to breach the Tempest. You were true to your word, Worm. I shall give you that. But now what? We are stranded in this cursed storm. A most excellent question, and from one most fair. Call me that once more, and I shall tie you in a knot. Ah, and from one most spirited as well. This knight was wise to side with you. She hates this. Just where do we turn from here? Answer the question now. Sir Gilman does no such thing. although eventually he does make a note of a specific current that should lead you to the lands beyond. If I may, I can corroborate Sir Gilman's account. We are close to making landfall. Then let me be the first to say, let's go. You are on the verge of sailing across the Sea of Solace. Say, Tariq? Aye, Ruki, what is it? That lute you're always carrying around. You know how to play that thing, don't you? Why, I suppose I do. Good, because I was thinking it's a little gloomy here and we could use a little tune to lighten up the mood, know what I mean? Aye, then let me see what I can do. Yee!
Before the salt and roiling sea, the moon began to cry. The valley ran with sorrowful
Just beyond there.
tears and filled the waters high.
I'm scared if I click it, the singing is going to stop.
Morning over the brine belies a leaden sky. The stars all hide away from the chill until the evening rise.
Okay, well, I know how we can continue the song again later, if it does cancel it.
Scuttled her foe, the doomed ship still resides. The Titan met her end on its prow, forsaken by the tides. In death she leaves her stain on the place. The tempest never dies. Her final throes and shivers and shakes 1,000 years gone by.
At last, your wagon rumbles onto solid, jagged ground. The land called Black Basin. Your fellow exiles unpack the wagon so you can take stock of how best to reach your destination. Black glass, searing vapor, and strangling forests mark the forsaken lands that loom across the sea. The 8 scribes first discovered this, the northern landmass of the downside. Let's talk. Sir Gilman's here. Sir Gilman's Crest, official certification of knighthood in the Commonwealth, oft sought by worm knights. I was beginning to wonder when you would return. What's on your mind now? So then, we are back on solid land or something like it, Then this must be Black Basin. Flames and noxious fumes on one side, suffocating forest on the other. Lovely, lovely place. So good of you to take me here. You truly would pursue those blasted stars until the farthest corners of this land, it seems. Though I'd better cease my blasphemy, or else the scribes themselves might just might descend from up high and strike me with another much-deserved penalty. The thrill of such transgressions, reader. Sometimes it keeps me going, not that I have any real choice. Now, we had best get back to our normal business, as it were. You approach Sir Gilman. He must have just finished practicing his fencing maneuvers. He does fencing? He regards you with his single eye. Hail, Master Reader! This knight is determined to train harder, having joined the famous Nightwings. He shall ensure that this triumvirate continues to live up to its most feared reputation. This is such an honor, and this knight has a great deal of honor to regain. Having fled the Pyre, this knight fully expects now to conduct the rites in a most honourable fashion, to the fullest letter of the law, described within the books. Some triumvirates this knight has met and, perchance, mentioned by name. They are inclined to bend the rules a bit, sometimes a lot, and prevail by any means they can. But this is wrong. The exile who refuses to obey the rules as they are written by the Under King Ors and his 7 friends deserves neither his honor nor his freedom. Thusly does this knight have confidence the Master Reader shall resist any temptations to conduct the rites in any underhanded fashion. Now then, this knight must undergo a thorough cleansing, having trained until the point of foulness, so please excuse him, Master Reader. He slithers off, humming some sort of chivalrous tune. Everyone's doing their things. You find that Hedwin has asked for several volunteers to scout the area and report back. Alright everyone, don't go too far and let's meet back by dusk. Please, use caution. The exiles dwelling in these lands are, well, rather territorial. For your part, you remain with the Black Wagon to keep watch. You see occasional dark shapes soaring across the sky, but none of them draw near enough for you to see in any detail. Eventually, your companions make their way back, and everyone arrives as planned, or earlier. Hi everyone, I'm back. I have come back. May returns from the east with little to report, save for word that the glowing molten rock there is very, very hot. Please tell me you didn't touch the lava. This knight yet lives, although he has little else to report. The newest member of the group, Sir Gilman, returns from a northern pass, visibly shaken. He appears to have discovered an intense fear of heights. Tizo wonders whether any species of fish lives in the pools or rock nearby. The little imp Tizo seems disappointed to have left the water behind. He remains with you, near to the wagon. There is a western path that seems traversable. If we travel by light of dawn, the shadows and the crags may well cover our advance against whomever may be watching. Begging your pardon, I do not wish to contradict your strategy, madam, though in my experience we shall not remain hidden for long during the climb toward the nest of Triesta. According to the stars, that's where we're headed next. The exiled harp matriarch lived in solitude among these very cliffs. The exiles of the High-Wing remnants. You may have no love for them inherently, but they have no such qualms with me. I may be able to negotiate safe passage. So the High-Wing remnants are the last surviving factions of the Winged Harps, the ancient enemies of the Commonwealth. They are as coarse as their feathers, they hold themselves superior. The Archjustice and Drobeles, the Knight. Negotiate with them? Then Hedwin steps in as the lone minstrel bows and backs away. Hey, let's not decide on this just yet. We're not going anywhere right now, that much we can agree on. We'll decide how best to go ahead come morning. For now, let's take the rest of the afternoon and get our bearings. Jadariel glares at the sky as everyone else disperses. Free time! Do we want resources? That's usually something to sell. That will get us towards something higher in someone's tree. Or we can get global bonuses. I feel like a global bonus here. You excuse yourself from the others to go pore over the Book of Rites and its mysteries. Through greater understanding comes the reader's influence. Righteousness. its authors and their prowess to make everyone quicker, its innate mystic power to make the aura bigger, or faster respawns. Let's do quickness. Quickness is good. The 8 scribes who composed the book, their influence and their experience spreads through the pages, into the willing reader's deepest consciousness. Inspiration comes to you in a flash, whether from the book or from within, you cannot tell. Celerity, rank 2 of 2. Nice. Everyone moves a bit faster. Okay, so that's where we're trying to go, but we can go east or west around. The low road to the nest of Trieste passes through razor-sharp sands. Jadariel wishes to avoid the harps by staying on low ground. The high road to the nest of Trieste is patrolled by the Commonwealth's ancient enemies. The lone minstrel believes he can negotiate safe passage with the harps via this path. Let's meet the harps. Maybe we can make friends. Show yourselves, you frightened little birds. All day long, winged shadows cross the sun. You're being watched. Jadariel is very unhappy about it, though the lone minstrel now attempts to calm her. Perhaps I can communicate with them. Please believe me, madam, when I say your enmity towards the harps had best be held in check here. Harps, a winged race also known as the Hiding Remnants at war with the Commonwealth. I read that before. Why is it glowing? Jadariel looks at him with fury in her eyes, yet he retains his calm demeanor. Soon she grants his request with a silent gesture, then he calls toward the heavens. Good sisters, we are humble travelers such as you and beg your leave. We journeyed by the sea and seek safe passage through your lands. We shall not disturb your hunting or your nests. The request is met with nothing but silence. You search in vain for any indication of acknowledgement. Then, without notice, one of them appears. She sweeps the minstrel up and out of sight before Jadariel can respond. Oh, bye, minstrel. Damnation! Wait here, I shall go find him. For a long, terrible moment, you are alone with your panic. Soon, however, the lone minstrel returns amid the sound of flapping wings. He dusts his cloak and calls out toward them. We thank you for your hospitality, good sisters. We shall be on our way. Having seen this, Jadariel returns, sullen. The exiles of the Hiding Remnants are letting you pass for now. It seems they are having some dispute within their ranks and wish no further travels for this time. It is a warning, one that leaves Jadariel fuming. Definitely not picking Jadariel for the next one. Jadariel's at like -5 at the moment. Yikes. I don't want like a 20-second respawn, which is what it's going to be at this rate. That's our destination. At last you arrive at the nest of Trieste, where the next rite is soon to commence. You cannot shake the feeling that unseen eyes watched your wagon's ascent, and remain watching now. The hunt for Myr. Yeah, let's read the book. Anything else here? No. I wonder what all these different tabs are for. The hunt for Myr, in the words of Golgolathanium, the Master General. My Emperor lay there, bleeding and alone, stranded in a bitter land beyond the river. With fleeting consciousness he understood the folly of his quest, and the folly of his rule over his country. Thus did he await the last embrace. It was the imp Haub that nursed him back to health, and warned him often of the dangers he would have to face. Many enemies of Myr would come in search for him, some under employment by the rope caller, some longing openly for cold, uncomplicated vengeance. I was one of them. I plunged into the river willingly. We needed to be sure that he was dead. We need something. Oh hey you guys, what brings you way out here? No wait, don't tell me. I don't want to know. All I want is you to get the best deals in the downside. Ooh. More stardust. I could just give this to the knight and save my money. We've got some new ones. We got this. After dousing the adversary's pyre, bearer's pyre gets healed by 5. Pretty good. But these are way expensive. That one I can afford. Thinking of getting these two though. Any adversaries banished by the bearer take longer to return by a second. I'd like this one, I think. I'll give that to the new team member. And I'll power up Ruki's legendary thing a bit more. A lot of lingering aura. Pleasure was all mine and Dad's, you guys. Are we gonna fight harpies here? You and your fellow exiles gather on the blasted lands called the Nest of Triesta, expecting the imminent commencement of the rites. You see no sign of any adversaries, but then you hear a whooshing sound above. Does sound like we're up against the harpies. This, then, is what passes for the Nightwings now. Such a rabble, not even dressed for the occasion, yet it seems the scribes have little pride in their tradition. Hold your tongue, little bird. We have not come for talk. No, you have come on behalf of your commonwealth. Mark well my words, you horned filth. When at last we free ourselves, your home shall burn. With that, the harp swoops off as Jadariel glowers after her. It is only then that you realize another harp has come. She is quite serious, I assure you. I can help you sort her out. It's in our mutual interest. You know naught of my interest. Let me give this another shot. Hi, my name's Pamitha Thane. She appears to be one of the winged harps of the High Wing remnants, now bound in exile. The surly one back there? That was my blood sister. No need to judge her harshly though. We've only met just now, though I must say, something about you reminds me of her. How dare you implicate that I have anything in common with Uriel? Just then, Hedwyn shows up to intervene. He whispers something to Jadariel. No, Hedwyn, you cannot be serious. Jody, I'm asking you to trust me on this one. Am I perhaps interrupting something? Say, by the by, however did you make it all this way across the sea? Didn't see you flying. Trust is something I am loath to give away, Hedwyn. But you have set our course thus far, and I have followed, so do as you must. That sandalwood had better have an explanation for all this. Jadariel storms off as Hedwyn turns to me. What's Hedwyn said? What are we trusting him with? What's your take on this one, my friend? Our informant wants someone for each mask. I hadn't expected we'd run into a harp, yet here she is. What are you getting from her? You turn your attention to Pamitha, who has been watching with bemused interest. Ah, a reader, are you? Pleasure to make your acquaintance, darling. Well, here I am. Gaze intently all you like, and tell your comrade there the truth of it, why don't you? You sense that she is conflicted about something, though you do not know what. You also sense, however, that her motives, here and now, are earnest. Hedwyn wants to know my initial impression of Pamitha. Okay, these are the options. We're willing to take Pamitha at her word and see in her the potential for a valuable new ally. It may be that her training gives us some resistance to your scrutiny. Having only met her, you cannot sense whether to trust her and defer to Hedwyn. I mean, she's not done anything to make us doubt her at this point. And if she betrays us somehow, we can always, like, remove her from the team or something. Seems alright. You tell Hedwyn that you think the group should take its chances with Pamitha and take her at her word. My thoughts as well. I think and hope Jadariel will come around. He then turns to Pamitha. I'm Hedwyn. Will accept your offer on 2 conditions, if you'll hear me out. Conditions? Why sure, I love a good condition or two. First, after we're finished here tonight, you come along and make sure that your blood sister and her friends don't give us any trouble when we're headed out. Second, you'll have to find a way to get along with Jadariel, whom you met earlier. Brilliant! I had no plans to stick around here anyway. As for your demon friend, no doubt we'll get on famously. Now, I don't suppose you have an extra set of rhymes I could use, because I think the rite is getting started. You look up and see that she is right. Pamitha Thane joined you. She has a score to settle. Nice. 2 new members. Thinking we should try a match with both of them.
I thought for sure the stars would have eluded you by now. Yet here you are, somehow, upon the nest of Triesta. And you've swelled the ranks of your triumvirate not merely with another, but with 2. One from the Pyre hearts, no less. And one who seeks the favor of the adversaries whom you'll imminently face. They are the essence.
One who seeks the favor of my adversaries.
As you soon shall see. Can your longing for freedom match their hatred for the vibrant country that was once your home?
Is the narrator trying to say that the harpy on our team is trying to get a favor from the enemy? From a distance you observe as Pamitha, now clad in Nightwing's raiments, heads towards your adversaries in the rites. You? What sort of heathen harp would dare take wing against us? Your new companion then loosens the bindings on her mask. Hello there, Pamitha. Pamitha's blood sister stares back at her a while before responding. What in the saint's name are you doing here with them? Saint Triesta Titus, 5th of the 8 scribes in the Book of Rites, known as the Disciplined or the Blessed Born. The eldest of the harp matriarchs, she anointed the Book of Rites and gave its words their power. Doubtless come to dig your talons in my back again. No, sister, I've come to have a word with you. Save it. I cannot help but share your poisoned blood, but I shan't ever count you as my sister. You expect me to believe that you came all this way for talk? You waste your time as ever. What's life, if not a waste of time, dear sister? Give me a chance, why don't you? What do you even have to lose anymore? Besides, I've come a long way. Silence. You shan't come here. You shan't have come here, and the time for talk is long since past. If only you could see yourself, again, consorting with my enemies. Fine then. Savour their defeat. But I warn you, stay away from me. Pyre says nothing more as her blood sister turns away again. Pyre gets your attention. Listen to me, reader darling. The rest of you are ill-equipped to navigate this place. Let me conduct this rite on your behalf, and my wings will bring you victory. Dear lady, your words ring true. This knight is flattered that ye have not eaten him is the tendency among your kind. This knight hereby volunteers his post in the triumvirate for thee. Sir Gilman refuses to participate in the rites this night so that Pyre can face her sister. You observe the treacherous terrain. Pyre should be better suited to the rites here than the rest of you.
Who shall conduct this rite?
Reluctant. What do they say? They await my decision about Pyre. You can have that. You don't know your tree yet. Well, I thought you'd never ask there, darling. I accept. If the little bird is going to conduct the rites for us, then I shall not. Okay. Who else then? Thinking Headwind. Maybe Ruki? What's Ruki's things again? Oh, what's the bio on these two anyway? Sir Gilman, the Honour Seeker. He is once a proud knight of the Sea Dominion on a self-made quest to regain his honour. Detonates his aura trail and snaps back to its end. Leaps high enough to evade auras. Surges forward at a high speed. Worm Knight. Don't know the astral sign. You know anyone's astral sign? No. You don't know much about any of these people, do we? Observations. One of the outlandish worm knights of the Sea Dominion. He appears to have withstood many battles in the name of the Commonwealth, which employs many of his kind for its ongoing war against the High Wing remnants. His exile seems to be self-imposed, but even he can only take so much abuse from his fellow knights. I can't see your bio. That's a shame. Okay. Tizo's going to come with us too. Tizo can fly. Tizo promises to do his best against Pyre and the Essence. And Headwind. Headwind's close to a level up. You got a chance to immediately return. That's good. You count on me, my friend.
Very well.
Come then, sister. Perhaps when we are finished here, you'll spare a moment of your time. I shan't be tricked by you again, Pyre. How poetic that we meet here in the downside. I can think of nowhere else where I would rather see you rot for what you did to our people and to me. What has she done to them? Pyre seems to sense your presence and then catches your attention. Hello there, reader darling. If I'm to be at your mercy in all this, I'd like it very much if you could minimize how often I'm to wallow in the state of banishment. Okay. Quickly, let me show you what we Sisters of the High Wing Remnants can do.
Reader, you put yourself amidst a feud between two sisters?
Maybe.
That seems entirely unwise.
So I can
Even for you.
fly.
Tread lightly around that exiled Tabitha. Her kind's all but forgotten Saint Triesta's grace.
Oh, I can knock team members too. Can I move them back, please? Please? Let's just move someone really far forward. That's good. There we go. Tackle. Ah, so I go forward with it. I see. That's pretty good. See, darling, we harps, we're not so bad. Now suppose we'd better get to work, hmm? Just don't go underestimating Tamitha over there. I trust you'll do the best you can. To the skies, sisters. Talon formation.
There. Ouch. Now it begins in earnest.
Oh, whoops. Wait, what? Why didn't that work?
Your Pyre's flame begin to
What? Tizo, was it? Tell me something, you know how to fly? Tizo is rather proud of his ability to flutter, as a matter of fact. Then listen up. My blood sister there, she'll swoop right past you if you're careless, but we harps simply cannot get much altitude down here. So if she goes for any unfair tricks, just jump for it and catch her in the act. She always hated when I used to do that to her. So if they're flying, jump. I see. Whoops.
no.
Yeah, don't mind me. I'm just gonna run.
Exactly by the book. The pyre on each side burns just as true. Remember everything which you hold dear. Let's see you Nightwings keep this up. Their flame has died.
Just walk around them.
One careless step. Oof! Good. With grace.
Got the hang of this. Damn you, Tamitha. You are no true Thane to think that you have the gall to call me sister still, after everything you wrought upon us. Clan Thane, a feared clan of the hiving remnants. Tamitha and Tamitha are its surviving members. I hate to break it to you, Tamitha, but I don't think my actions, however much they hurt you, had any effect on our familial status. Look, I know I wronged you. That's why I'm here. You don't know my side of the story. Your side of the story? If I wanted to hear more lies and deceptions, I ought to have asked the Commonwealth to stay my sentence for a while. Well, if you have come all this way to face me, Tamitha, then come and do it. You and me. You think that you see Tamitha shake her head. Everyone, stay back.
What is it those two think they're doing? The rights are not the place to settle petty scores.
Whoop.
And it is done. The Nightwings prevail. 'Twas as though the scribes themselves stood by their
Did they
side.
die at the same time I died or something? What happened?
The ceremony is complete.
So they could have picked it up and tried to make some ground there. You Commonwealth filth. Only through that traitor's help could you have beaten us. You postpone the coming of our liberty, but we are ever patient, and our sisters on the other side shall have their day, with or without my aid. Tamitha, wait, please. You found good company there, Tamitha. May you wither here with them. I hope sincerely we shan't ever meet again. Prometha stands motionless as her blood sister departs. Tiso is trying to let Prometha know the others are returning to the wagon. Sure, I don't see why not.
The 8 scribes bless us with their ways.
Nice. I used to think the scribes were just the stuff of stories, but all of this really is their doing, isn't it? While bearing the orb, Hedwyn and his allies move with and pass the orb more quickly. Hedwyn and his allies may instantly return vanished allies by moving to where they fell. I feel like moving and passing it more quickly because we've really invested into movement speed a lot, haven't we?
Witness the rites firsthand and be inspired.
Almost.
Until the next rite.
How many rites are there? Is there like 8 of them? One for each scribe, maybe? After thwarting the essence almost effortlessly, triumvirate of winged harps, harbouring a deep hatred for the Commonwealth, you and the others return to your wagon to consider your next move, and how best to integrate Prometha into the group. Don't worry, I won't be staying any longer than it takes. I like my air fresh so I can sleep up on the roof. I trust the rites will cause my path and Prometha's to cross again before long. You're welcome with us for now, Prometha. Trust is what got us here, isn't that right, Ruki? But Ruki does not seem to hear the question. He has been rather quiet since first encountering your new guest. Does Ruki know them? Prometha shoots him one of her smiles. He stammers something about having to check the wagon wheels again. I think Ruki likes Prometha. He runs off. During this discussion, the minstrel pulls you aside. Rita, I ask a moment of your time outside. There is somewhere I may ask we go here in Black Basin. Rita, by your leave of course, and provided the stars allow it, would you look upon them for us, please? Star of the Silver Spear, those born under it are devoted and faithful. Star of the Black Saddle, skilled negotiators. Songfisher, those born under it are well cultured and influential. Sure, I've seen those ones before. I'm not seeing where the next star is. There. Lu, the Vernal Star. The Vernal Star burns bright over the densest woods in Black Basin. It's just to the west then. The Glade of Lu, directly due west. Then it is just as my client indicated. According to the stars, that's where the next rite is. The great sap scholar Lu Sglorian here vanquished the root titan, limbless Arizak. This client of yours, our informant, Sandalwood. He entrusted us with this wagon, this quest. Why? What does he want from us? You may ask him yourself. He awaits us, somewhere in Wakingwood, due west. A labyrinth of a forest on the western half of Black Basin. Few know the way around in it. The path to the sacred Mount Elodial lies far beyond these suffocating woods. How do we find him? He shall find us. It seems you are soon to finally meet Sandalwood. At dawn, you shall have to cross a single narrow path leading west, where he supposedly awaits. Prometha's moonshine, kept close at hand in the off chance of a good occasion, or a very bad one. Why did the camera go funny? Oh, because I drink it apparently. Hey, what's your bio? There we go. Oh, it's you and Tide. The guilty sister. She is an outcast of the winged high-wing remnants, the Commonwealth's hated enemies. The SS squadron in the high-wing remnants is the reason the Blood Sister is thusly named. If the Commonwealth fears anything at all, it is the harps of the high-wing remnants. She is clearly one of them, many of whom have been exiled as prisoners of war. She seems to have an unusually easygoing attitude towards things. Do you sense she is in pain or in a state of turmoil over something? Maybe that's what the I remember the harpies let us through because there was some kind of feud. I wonder if that's the feud was between these two sisters that they were talking about. You approach Pamitha, who has kept to herself since she joined your small band. You sense she is unaware of you as she preens her flight feathers, but then she speaks up before you can do the same. Come to check up on me, reader darling. In those first moments when we met, that vote of confidence in me which you relayed to that nice headman boy, I'm grateful you are willing to see past these wings. One of your kind's ancient enemies just happens to insert herself into your group, and you just go with it? However, I assure you that my motives here are plain. You'll see. I have business with my blood sister Tamitha, and nothing more. You briefly met, I think. She's quite a catch. As to the little quibble between us, well, it's a long story. All in all, one that's frankly no one's business but hers and mine. Surely we'll run into her again. Maybe not soon, but in time. We have the rest of our long lives to wait. Anyway, happy to aid you in your quest. Until such time, especially to the extent that it aids me in mine. A simple exchange. Until then, stay vigilant, darling. You needn't concern yourself with making small talk with someone like me. And besides, we harps have a saying, liars abound. She swoops away before you can respond. Liars abound? I wonder who's lying. How do I like the game this far into it? Pretty good. I'm not entirely sure how far this is, but I'm enjoying it. Welcome to the stream, Luckless. Continue on your journey. Before we continue, I'm gonna have a very short break. I'll be back in about 1 minute or so. I'll see you soon. Alright, I'm back now. Back to the game. There we go. So yeah, I've been enjoying the game so far. It's pretty fun. It's a unique concept and the characters are all pretty cool too. I am curious how they all got here though. It should have said BRB? Yes, it should have. Wait, can I do that? Let me change that now. BRB. No, that's an image that I made. I can't do that. Aw. I'd need to set up a completely new image. Okay, the sulfur main, a precarious path leading toward the woods. The one path down the cliffs is rather treacherous. Hopefully nothing too bad happens to us on the way down. I did turn my mic back on, didn't I? I did. Lovely. The wagon has hit a snag descending the black crags. Its wheel is stuck. Jadariel is not pleased. First that blasted little bird, now this. Though you lack Jadariel's raw strength, you join in as she attempts to dislodge the wagon. At last, with a roar and a heave, she forces the wagon back onto solid ground. May this sandalwood be worth all of the hassle. Thank you, Jody. I'm guessing Sandalwood doesn't like to be kept waiting. He is very patient, on the contrary. Not I. Let us move on. Soon, the wagon is prepared to press onward, down the jagged slopes toward Wakingwood. The companions who explored ahead advise on which of the forked paths is best. Lamberg. Just all these unknown areas. What? Okay. Lands on a northern plateau over Wakingwood pocked with seething fissures. Sir Gilman says they can dig up something valuable. Lands to the east of Wakingwood riddled with black crags. Kmitha says she can procure a talisman here. Everyone's got a talisman at this point though. I'd rather see what Sir Gilman thinks he can dig up. Sir Gilman is relieved at your decision to take the flatter of the two paths down the black crags, though nonetheless seems rather shaken by the steep trip down. This knight mislikes these heights. For shame, Master Eater. You must take this knight for a common craven coward. He buries his head in the soil. When at last you coax him back up, you can see that he has an item of some sort. Haha! This knight did have you fooled there, did he not? Did he just dig with his head? Oh. He explains how finding the item was his plan all along. Sir Gilman found a porous crystal. His fear of heights remains. Okay, it costs 70. And it's just a trade with. Cool. Having passed beyond the black crags, your wagon arrives at the edge of Wakingwood. It is here that Sandalwood is to be expecting you, however. Most puzzling. He ought to have met us here. You said he would find us himself. Aye, he was to find us at the edge of these woods. We supposed to keep waiting for him? He would desire for the stars to be a guide as always. The rights beckon, and the rights take precedence above all else. Surely he shall find us yet. Who is Sandalwood then? Where are they? Is it someone we've met or is it someone completely new? Then let's keep moving. How do we get through these woods? The lone minstrel notes two possible paths forward from this point, though cautions that the woods are difficult to navigate and Sandalwood would have known the most expedient path. Okay. The lone minstrel says his client Sandalwood studied the rites here, and Sandalwood once resided here. It contains all the grandest trees in all of Wakingwood. Small clearing to the east glade of Loo. So Sandalwood's resided there before, and here he studied the rites. A small clearing, the grandest trees. The most expedient path sounds like a small clearing, right? I think this is where he'll most likely be. Sandalwood is a master in the rites, or used to be at least. Then, well, it's not my place to say. Doubtless he shall tell you in due time. Now, if only we could find him. He used to mentor his own companions in the rites, not far from here. However, you find no trace of the informant anywhere nearby, and without his guidance you remain quite lost in the woods. The woods seem to have encroached. There is no path forward, while neither of the paths leading backward appear to match the route you took to this point. Yeah, we're going to completely different places. We're a bit lost, aren't we? May seems drawn to the Burnt Grove for some reason. Ashen grounds amid Wakingwood. Under thicket. The imp Tizo seems to wish to go towards this location. What does Tizo want? The woods are so disorienting. At this point, you decide to break for camp and survey the surroundings for any clues. Perhaps later there shall be time to pursue your vocations. The Beyonder Crystal seeks Jadariel. Ooh! Nice. Before that, do we have a new story here? Need to be sure he was dead. I've read that. What brings you to me this time, my dear reader? Trial time. You need not ask me twice. Simply verify which one of yours shall be the subject of my scrutiny. Nobody else is ready. Sandra has taken an interest in Jadariel. Prevail and earn a unique talisman. Absolutely. He asks Sandra to administer one of her special trials for Jadariel. That surly demon, is it? She could stand to lighten up, though I fear that is not a secret I can teach. But let us bring her forth regardless. Soon Jadariel appears, in heed of the summons. What is the meaning of this, dear reader? Oh, reader. Dear reader. No, Jadariel wouldn't call us dear. What is the meaning of this, reader? That's more like it. Demons such as Jadariel are slow to move but have huge auras and inflict heavy pyre damage. Yes. They do jump quickly though, and I have a lot of speed buffs on. What is the meaning of this? Reader, where are the others? The apparition Sandra appears and loosens her mask. Welcome to my humble home, demon. You're good at taking orders, no? State your purpose quickly, Wraith. My purpose is to put you to the test. You may be fearsome to behold, but you are old and slow. Your weaknesses perhaps outweigh your strengths. Though I sorely wish to see you and your lovely reader prove me wrong. Old, she says. Very well then, reader. Let us show her whether she is right. I'm just gonna like... No! Quick respawn! No! Come on, before they respawn. Got him. thought I jumped over. Come on, spawn quickly. No. Quickly! This is tricky. At least you do a lot of damage. Oh no. I thought I had longer before they spawned. I give it to them. Hi Curvy Tails! How's it going? Oh no, not again. I'm also pretty good, thank you. Are you satisfied now, Wraith? I am never satisfied, Demon. However, your performance was sufficient, and you passed my test. Thus, congratulations are in order, to you and to your lovely reader. Now, farewell. Thank you for the host, Regons. Hello. Regon Settle? Settle? How are you? That was a strange experience. What do you have there, reader? I received Selime's horn completing Jadariel's trial. Cast the aura farther and faster than usual. Sandra's second blade managed to graze her target's face, twisted as it was with sorrow, not with rage. Alright, well I want to give that to her. This is level 10, huh? What's the lowest talisman I've got? 6, 5, 7. Seven's the lowest. Oh, 6 is, sorry. Swap that out. Nice. But we're still lost here. Hope everyone's doing well today. You find nothing of interest while sifting through the tall brush of the underthicket, but then... What is it, Tizo? Tizo seems to have found a clue to the whereabouts of the lone minstrel's client. The little imp brings you to a strip of bark. It does not seem unusual at first until you notice a message carved onto the inside. Found a bark strip that must mean something. A sturdy strip of bark. On it is written, "Come to Cinderroot." S. Sandalwood? So it's some kind of message from the Sandalwood guy. Seems that way. Which way to Cinderroot? South. Grounds well travelled by saps knowledgeable in the rites. I say south, then immediately. It's due northwest. Perhaps you can set forth early tomorrow when the woods are still. Sounds good. Everyone rest up. Big day coming up. Locate a secluded area nearby where you should be able to study the Book of Rites. Through greater understanding comes the reader's influence. Okay, each point of hope slightly reduces your fellow exile's banishment duration, or the size of the aura. Let's have them respawn quick, because I died a lot in that last trial. You concentrate on the substance of the words and teachings of the Book of Rites, such as you understand them thus far. Inspiration comes to you in a flash, whether from the book or from within, you cannot tell. Gained reader's influence spirit. Nice. Hi Dave! We know the exact way to Cinderroot. Awesome. You have some reason to suspect the informant Sandalwood may have come through here. I have no idea who Sandalwood would be. It's probably someone we haven't even met yet. You arrive on the outskirts of Cinderroot, but once again the informant Sandalwood is nowhere to be found. Imagine if it was the one that... if Sandalwood was the person who keeps carrying around the shopkeeper. You sense the hopes of your companions waning as you search through the area yields nothing. Why I suggest that is because the shopkeeper seems to be pretty good at always finding us wherever we go. Then something startles the little imp Tizo. Tizo seems to be crying out in surprise. He has spotted something, or someone. A tall figure strides forward from the trees, making a sound like laughter. Definitely not the shopkeeper. The imp charges toward him and leaps right into the figure's arms. They embrace. Hail Tizo, but you look famished. Here. The tall sap produces something that the imp swallows immediately and with great pleasure. Sap is tree-like creatures known for their ingenuity, cleverness, and ambition. Having allied with them, the Commonwealth achieved in decades what it could not achieve in centuries. The lone minstrel nods his head in affirmation. There's like a tree or a machine person or something. Everyone, I wish to introduce you to my client, Volfred Sandalwood. He is the lone minstrel's client, Hedwyn's informant, and leader of the Nightwings. It has been too long, Volfred, sir. Too long indeed, Tariq. I trust your new companions bring some colour to your days. They do, sir. I think that you shall find them worthy of the Nightwings. The sap looks upon the lot of you. You cannot sense his thoughts. We shall see. Then he turns to you. You must be the reader. I'm certain that we all appreciate your efforts here, my boy, though we shall manage on our own from here on out. You are welcome to continue on with us, of course, though you are free to go. I trust you have been adequately compensated for your time. Thanks as well for looking after all my books. You consider what to say to all of this. Wolfred intends to relieve you of your duties to the group. You have been assured your freedom. You categorically refuse to be cast aside so easily. The leader of the Nightwings has returned. You can tell when you are no longer wanted. This cannot be happening. To have come this far only to be brushed aside by some strange sap. No, we stay. You stand your ground, meeting Volfred's steady gaze, and assert to him that you do not feel your commitments to and from this group have yet been satisfied. Hold on. Volfred, sir, I'm Hedwyn. My companions and I are the ones who answered your call. We followed the signs you left for us. Now we're here, thanks to you and also to this reader. Not just a reader, he is our friend, my friend. He is not disposable. We made him a promise and our freedoms are now intertwined. Volfred smirks at this. Freedom's not something to be traded or exchanged, my boy. I'd hoped that you'd have come to grasp this much by now. He breathes a sigh. It seems we started off on the wrong foot. It's not my wish to sour the occasion, for there's much to do. You have a rite you need to get to, do you not? Thank you for the follow, the Phantom Master. Welcome to the stream. You have a rite you need to get to, do you not? I'll come along, though shall not interfere, for it seems you have a kinship with this reader of yours. Now then, Tariq. Aye, Volfred, sir. Come, let's have a chat. Of course, sir. Volfred strides towards the black wagon, which must have belonged to him. He sensed many conflicting emotions among your companions. Volfred Sandalwood joined you. He knows much of the rites. Is he someone I can send into battle then, or is he going to help us in some other way? Mum, I found a cute fluffy fuzzball. Can I keep him please and name him Mr. Fluffy Sparkle Fuzzball? No! That's not my name! Oh. Hi. Your wagon cuts through a clearing to arrive at the Glade of Lu, where the stars directed you. Volfred nods his approval, but leaves everyone to their devices. The demon. Let me just read through your book, don't mind me. Too friggin' cute. No! How can you say this? The demon, in the words of Gol Golathanian, the Master General. Mr. Crimson Sparkle? Is that my name now? Is that my name, chat? Emperor Mur. Scarcely could I recognize him when at last I found him. A half-starved animal. Horns sprouted from his head. A bestial mirror of his blackened reputation. And I, a man who conquered countries, feared my emperor then in such a way as I had never known. My charge had been to slay this man, but when I discovered him, he was already fighting for his life. The little imp, Hayub, proved of little help against the Sisters of the Arch, whose entire lives were culminating in this instant. I was unable to watch. My heart ached with such pity for the man, and for the love I felt for him when I had served him, that I sprang to his defense. I'm not a pony. I'm an Avali. As you approach Volfred Sandalwood, you feel very much aware that you reside within his black wagon, rather than he in yours. He studies you in silence for a time then. Tariq, if you have a moment. Aye, Volfred, sir, what is it? This reader, you deem him worthy by your estimation? The lone minstrel tilts his hat in your direction. If you wish my own estimation, Volfred, sir, then I do. Of course, it is not entirely for me to say, but I have seen this reader integrating with the others well. I believe that his achievements are self-evident in having reached Black Basin. Your instructions were deliberately difficult to follow, yet he and the others followed them. Why is everyone calling me cute? No. Your instructions were deliberately difficult to follow, yet he and the others followed them. Indeed. Your words make sense as ever, Tariq. And what does little Tizo think of him, I wonder? Tizo indicates that, as a matter of fact, he is happy to have you around. There you have it, sir. I see. He continues to examine you. High praise isn't oft spoken by those two, my boy. Nonetheless, I shall be watching you. Ah! Just time to scream. There's a starter poll redeem. You wish to start a poll? I think mods can start a poll if there's a mod in chat. Now, pardon us, Tariq. Now I have matters to discuss. I've never worked out how to do the polls myself. Maybe, let me try something. /poll. Let me try this in chat. No, it doesn't explain how to do it when I do that. Now, pardon us, Tariq and I have matters to discuss. They leave without another word. I think you noticed the lone minstrel look your way over his shoulder. And the lone minstrel's not one of the crew. He owns the wagon though. Oh, hey you guys. You know, I guess I didn't get the word out about this new franchise which we opened here just now, so give you a great deal. Just tell your friends, okay? Oh, and hey there, Mr. Sandalwood. Good day to you as well, Ron. Who knew things? A right light. Once per right, if the bearer's pyre is extinguished, it is instead restored by 5 health. Oh, so that's just an extra life. I want the Stardust. Sell that bark. And the crystal. Anything else? I think not, because our team's all got stuff. And we've even got a thing spare. What I would like to do is to rank up this talisman. You guys really are my favorite customers, you know. You and your fellow exiles arrived at the sacred site called Glade of Lu, and now look to the stars in the sky to signal the beginning of the next rite. The woods about you bring a sense of tranquility you have not felt in some time, but then you notice one of the trees move. It shuffles toward you and regards you with an exaggerated bow. Rainbow sausages? What do you mean, Kev? A string of rainbow sausages? The shop. Oh, I didn't even notice. Did he? I have to look next time. It wasn't an item in the store, was it? That's what I was looking at. Rainbow sausages, each one in a unique flavour. Just get a sausage of a different colour for every single member of the team. Think. Shuffles towards you and regards you with an exaggerated bow. Well, goodness, by the roots of Luce Glorian, it would appear the rumours are correct. The Nightwings have returned. Luce Glorian, 100 Minds. Third of the 8 tribes of the Book of Rites, known as the Wise or the Philosopher. He is said to have fathomed every thought, and his wisdom flows through the river of his name. Oh, but where are my manners? One moment. The sap claws at his mask with his wispy fingers. Much better. H. Manly Tinderstaff, at your service. Perhaps you've heard of me? He is a sycophant who seems certain he will land a position of high standing once he is free. My fellows and myself, you perhaps know us as the Chastity. We soon shall stand against you in the riots. For now, I am just whiling away the time, making small talk. Gotta go, but have a good day. Thanks for stopping by, the Phantom Master. Take care. The Chastity, a triumvirate bent on exploiting the rights to gain status in the Commonwealth, led by the Sap H. Manly Tinderstaff. Now then, as I have introduced myself, your turns. To whom am I speaking? Then, in your mind's eye, you see Volfred, and hear his voice. Manly Tinderstaff is not to be trusted. Reveal neither yourselves to him, nor me. Well? Beneath her mask, Jadariel stares back at him in silence. You suspect Volfred's message may have reached every member of the group. Why now? How very rude indeed. Well, fine, ignore me, but do so at your peril. Anyhow, once this evening's rite commences, any moment now, then I'm afraid ignoring me won't be an option any longer. Oh, and now I do believe the sky is beginning to show. We'll have to chat again some other time. Now come along, come along. Manly bows again and wanders off into a clearing as the stars begin to burn. Can we pick masteries? I didn't know that.
Again, the stars align themselves before you, reader. And here now at the Glade of Liu, I have to say, you've come so very far.
Why did they say this guy's not to be trusted?
Your adversaries called the Chastity, who have toiled for this too. They know that with their freedom comes great opportunity. It could be yours instead. Please show the Chastity that the Nightwings are superior.
I wonder, O honoured Nightwings, how well you know these woods. Why, these woods would strangle you, and I'm afraid I could do little to stop them even if I tried. You might do better to beware of them. When Jadariel continues to ignore him, he grows upset. Why, you insolent... Then fine, let us begin the dance indeed. He shoves his mask back on in a huff. And allow me to thank you in advance for helping me return unto my proper station in the Commonwealth.
Who shall stand together here this night?
I want to see what the skill trees are like. And to see the skill trees, I need to level them up, these two up. Which should happen if we win this fight.
Sir Gilman.
I want to get this one too. We're almost there.
Tizo.
Tizo's got the biggest circle. Tizo is eager to knock Manly and his goons down a peg or two. Are you quite ready finally, O Nightwings? May all those masks of yours ensure no harm should come to any of your lovely countenances. Now come along, let's give the stars a show. So what's so dangerous about these woods then? Oh. May I present to you Humboldt Manly Jr. Why, he is every bit my equal and is poised to guarantee the Tinderstaff's line shall have a bright, bright future. Humboldt Manly Jr. Manly's sapling, which not only has a name but bears a similar posture and likeness to him. He goes on and on about his sapling for a while. Alright, Sir Gilman, I've just about had it with this one. Let's banish him already. And that stupid sapling too. This knight, now as ever, is in full accord with you on this, good Pamitha. Now, isn't he just the most precious thing you've ever seen, hmm? The sapling is nothing but an extension of Manly. If he is banished, the sapling should cease to trouble you as well.
Manly and his offspring hold no small degree of influence within the Commonwealth, reader. There are many who would welcome his return, though none so much as he himself.
Whoop. Come on. Fly over them.
Assert themselves thusly.
Oh ho, what's this? It seems the woods themselves are closing in upon our little soiree. Oh, do be careful now. These grasping roots and vines, they may not hold you in such high esteem as I.
Your adversary Manly is comfortable in this suffocating glade. Yet he longs now for the comfort of his Commonwealth estate. Perhaps such wealth ought to be reserved instead for you.
Oh dear, the woods are closing in. Uncomfortably close at that. Whatever shall we do? Perhaps if you just stand aside a while, we could put an end to that much the sooner. He's doing this on purpose.
Good. Bask in the
Boing.
flame.
Say, have any of you noticed how it's feeling rather crowded out here, hmm? Almost as if the 100 Mines himself resents you being here. Yes, I rather think that's it. 100 Mines. Right. That's the one who slayed whatever Titan was around here, right? No, the one who had every thoughts. So cease with all your scurrying about with that damned orb and let me handle this.
To the flame.
Whoop. Oh no.
A shameful outcome. Alas.
Those passes.
Their pyre sputters.
Alright, you Nightwings, I've had it up to here with you. Or perhaps I simply had it up to here with all of these encroaching plants, these miserable things. Either way, I don't appreciate how you're ignoring me.
Oh.
Whoop.
Oh.
Whoop.
Now take it. Ouch.
Oh no.
Banishment.
Respawn, please. Oh no, they're still alive. Ah! What can I do here? Should be able to stop this one. Oh no.
Get out, teaser.
Neum. Look at this cutie. No!
Now end the ceremony. Caught out. Oof. No sign of the chastity for now.
Hi, Frost Glacier.
The Nightwings prevail. And what a crushing victory it was.
I am pretty good, thank you.
Ended.
Everyone keep going with this. That ought to wipe the smug look off of that sap's face. Teaser is fired up at having prevailed against Manly and the Chastity. Well, my. Oh, worry not, oh Nightwings. I'm not angry with you, honestly. But I am very disappointed. I thought, perhaps, that we had something going here between us. You scratch my back, I scratch yours and all. Instead, however, you decided to spit in my face. Fine. We'll have to see where all your rudeness gets you. Now, ta-ta.
Always is there greater knowledge to be gained. Desperate for honor, this Sir Gilman may yet learn something.
Are we playing Minecraft? No, this is Pyre. Seems this cave is an echo to truth. I'm not familiar with an echo truth cave. Is that a thing in Minecraft? Huzzah! Great wisdom clouds over this knight's entire consciousness. Okay, let's see what kind of trees this guy has. Depths of the Sea Sojourner? Right. Masteries enhancing a worm's carefree and unpredictable nature. The Underking travelled all across the seas and survived many perilous adventures. No! Not that cute. Oh, it's just a cave. I'm so silly. Right, masteries enhancing maneuvers inspired by their traditional undersea warfare. There is no limbless undersea-faring warrior who has surpassed Underking auras, though his kind keeps trying. 10 seconds, he does... Oh, 10 extra damage if he kills someone right before scoring a goal. After using his slash, Sir Gilman instantly recovers all his stamina. There'll be a day where I call me ugly, although it's the first day of April. Oh no. If everyone's banished, Sir Gilman comes back immediately. That is amazing. Let's go.
The might of the sea sojourner.
What do you get?
Exiled Tamatha perhaps can learn the errors of her kind.
Well, Tamatha, soon I'll be catching up with you at this, whether or not you like it. Okay. Permanently +8 quickness at the end. Or +4 all around quickness. Swiftness and mobility. When Triesta Tithys led her people to the mountains, they began to train themselves in new ways to survive. Aggressive capabilities. The Highwing were nearly destroyed after Saint Triesta left them. Those who remained grew strong. Yes, please.
The holy power of the eldest matriarch.
Lurk, thank you for the lurk, Patchy.
Until the stars align.
That was well done, my boy. I'm beginning to see why your companions vouched for you. Don't let it go to your head, of course. But why did you hate the other tree guy? Why do you tell us not to trust him? Slayer Kev is doing a command here. It's Patchy, rolls up and hides within the shadows, possibly listening but not watching. Hopefully it's a good listen. After triumphing over the Chastity with ease, you return to your wagon to consider your next move. Yep, an adequate performance back there. Adequate? Pats all day? That's not lurking. Yes, adequate. For the next part of our plan, go. Have your reader there consult the stars, see where they take you next. I'll give you a hint. It's further north, it's going to be high up. Did this knight hear you say high up? And it's going to be cold. We'll see. Come on, my friend, let's have a look outside then. That plan Volfred mentioned. I just want you to know, I don't know what he means. We're here because we're going to be free again. We won't be living out our days as exiles. That's the only plan as far as I'm concerned. But there's always a catch, right? We'll see what Volfred has to say. Anyway, I'll leave you to it. No matter what, we're getting closer thanks to you. Once more, you look towards the heavens. This is a big star. Salayim, the golden star. The golden star shines bright over the highest mountain in all the downside. That star's not normal. How many have we done? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is the 8th one then. What does it mean? So now you see it for yourself. You're summoned to the north, where looms Mount Alodiel, at the very top, the Fall of Salayim. A sacred mountain on whose summit the rites were first conceived. Whether its summit is the downside's closest point to the Commonwealth or the farthest, none can say. According to the stars, the next rite shall soon commence here. Salayim's the one you keep reading about. How about pat me anyway? Pats are nice. The temple at the highest point in the downside exists to honor the 8 scribes. To confirm the stars indicated this exactly. Volfred, sir, how did you know? Volfred smiles back at him, but you sense his thoughts, as though he is directing them at you.
I too can read, my boy.
We are 2 readers. Does that mean... I'm basically doing Sandalwood's job for him.
Forbidden though the words may be.
He turns back to Hedwyn. Your reader's skills, while rare, are not unique. But as I said, I'll let him do the job. I see that you have something special going on here, which benefits the plan. What plan? I thought this was about our freedom. Oh, fear not, my boy. It is indeed. Plenty of time to tell you about it on the way. For now, however, you look like you can use some rest. And for that matter, so can I, if you'll excuse me. You don't have an emote to show an elated response. I think for just a few channel points you can unlock the happy emote. For now, however, you look like you can use some rest, and for that matter, so can I, if you'll excuse me. You sense your companions are exhausted from their recent travels. Given the road ahead, you agree it would be best to take the night to recover as much as possible. Yeah, Salayim is Salayim Mur, the one we've been reading about in here a lot. Let me ask you something, lovely reader. Have you any idea for how long I have been imprisoned here? A year. Sandra appears rather youthful. Surely her incarceration could not have been that long. Perhaps Sandra has been trapped within the Beyond a Crystal for a long time already. Sandra could have been imprisoned for much longer than her appearance suggests. Maybe guessing at an absurd number may do something to raise Sandra's spirits a bit. You guess that Sandra could have been in a current state of exile since well before the dawn of the current age. At first she shows no indication that she even heard you. Close. Soon I shall be getting there. So many happy emotes. Did you put flowers on my head? That's awesome. I have been imprisoned for 837 years. According to my count at least. It is possible I have lost track, although given my state, I can assure you that I have had ample time to verify my arithmetic. She goes silent for a time. Let me give you some advice. If you decide to kill the Emperor, make sure you achieve what you set out to do. I expected my own death, regardless of the outcome of my task. I was not expecting this. Certainly not to be telling you about it 837 years later, or however long that it has been. Although, enough of that for now. Let us get back to business. Come visit me again sometime. Who do I want in the next rite? Because I like these ones' skills. Like I want to get that. I want to get this. And I want to get this. I think these last three are my favorite ones. Thank you for the host, Patchy. Ooh, you did Crash Bandicoot. You don't? How long ago was the Crash Bandicoot? A nap. Resting. Browsing the book. Where exactly? Yeah, but it's what you did when you last streamed. Trying to get 100% is hard. I only ever played like Crash Bandicoot demo. So I mean I've never done a lot of Crash. It's more because it's too stressful streaming in general. Aww. I'm sorry to hear. I understand. At dawn, Volfred is already up. He reveals to you a pathway through the woods into the cold lands to the north, beyond which lies your next destination. Well, thank you for watching. We head north. Scolarian Shore. It's okay to tag along. You get clear of the woods at last and arrive in lands grown cold in the shadow of Mount Elodial. You'll have to make it all the way to the top. The sacred mountain on whose summit the rites were first conceived. Whether its summit is the downside's closest point, or the farthest none can say. In a moment of respite, Volfred calls everyone together to discuss matters pertaining to the rites and the plan to which he alluded. You banded together with a common faith that freedom from the downside is not impossible. Am I correct? But let me ask you something. What does freedom even mean to you? You shall choose weapon only mercy? Is that Overwatch? He looks in your direction as he asks, defying you to answer. You cannot sense his own thoughts on the subject, and only know the truth of how you feel. I never played Overwatch. Never. I know that Mercy's healing though. Wrench only Angie from Team Fortress? I've done too much Team Fortress. The only reason you'd be a wrench only Angie is if you've got something like a golden wrench, right? And you're going for all those golden statues. Then it makes sense. Otherwise, what are you even doing? He looks in your direction as he asks, defying you to answer. You cannot sense his own thoughts on the subject and only know the truth of how you feel. What does freedom mean to you? Freedom means not being forced into responding to such questions. You remember the days the golden pen was the thing? Is it not still the thing? Freedom means being able to make decisions on your own terms. People went nuts. If I saw someone with a golden pen in a public server, my first question would be, are they a hacker? What? We need to think about this. What does freedom mean? Being able to make decisions on your own terms? Having a clear conscience and a carefree heart? Answering to no one's will other than your own? Being able to go where the heart yearns without restriction and without fear? Not having one's strongest feelings and emotions repressed or rebuffed? Living life without concern for others' judgment or approval? Another empty goal to chase to give one's life a false sense of meaning? Not being forced into responding to such questions. Freedom. It should be just like a different kind of freedom though, isn't it? Why did you redeem the raid? The stream's not even ending yet. Zephis? Zephix Sus. You define freedom as a means of not being afraid of consequences for doing something that assists your life or makes you happy. Yeah, I was thinking living without fear. Having no master is like a very literal take on freedom. I think I like the fear answer though. Others' judgment or approval. Yeah, why not? You tell Volfred that freedom means living without fear and not being subject to persecution or retaliation for one's thoughts and choices. Yeah, I think we have the same opinion. He considers your remarks for a short while. Good answer, my boy. I happen to agree. Fear takes hold in freedom's way. But fear is a natural impulse, is it not? A common feeling we all share from time to time. A deeply rooted impulse there to aid our judgment and spur us onto acts of courage. If not for fear, I doubt we could accomplish very much in life, and just now we stand upon the brink of accomplishing something vital. He then turns his attention to the whole group. Now, let me tell you all what freedom means to me. Freedom means to live life without fear, just as your reader stated. To be able to indulge one's curiosities and passions, at least the ones that cause no harm to others, without the constant threat of judgment and reprisal. Freedom means not being made a criminal for what you know, or whom you love, or what you choose to think or not think. He looks out toward the distant mountains. That's what I meant too. Within the next few days, your time in exile could come to an end. You could see the Commonwealth once more. And you would be exalted there, given the highest honor. The opposite of how you got here. I feel like each of the answers though could have led into the same thing. Because they're all just approaching from different angles, aren't they? Not sure. And you would be exalted there, given the highest honor, the opposite of how you got here. But you would not be truly free, I think. At the least, you would become complicit to an ancient system that would deign to cast down others such as you. It is a system whose well-intentioned founding principles have long been lost, and the 8 scribes, if they are out there still, have made quite clear they shall not intervene firsthand. That is where you come in. He turns to you and everyone again, looking to each of you. Long have I wished to gather such a group, that together you might see that seeking freedom only for yourselves is too modest of a goal. You share a higher calling now. The plan then is this. We free each other from the downside through the rights, then we meet up on the other side. We organize. Each new moon at dusk, we join together at the Spiral Sanctum. We need as many of us there as possible. My agents on the other side shall explain the rest. Yeah, but when you think of the other answers... Yeah, I see what you mean, Kev. But what I'm trying to say is I think you can... Whichever of the answers, you can come to that same point. Like if you choose... Like... What were the other choices? Like... One of them was like if nobody owns you, that can easily lead into the same thing. My memory is not the sharpest today, no. There was another one that was like about love, and that can also lead into something similar. Where is the head pat command? It's in the point redeems. Each new moon at dusk, we join together at the Spiral Sanctum. We need as many of us there as possible. My agents on the other side shall explain the rest. The burned down remains of the old capital of the Commonwealth. The remains stand as a warning to those who would seek to spread forbidden knowledge. You're plotting a revolt. Just so. I am asking a lot. You do have other options. Deceit, however, is not one of them. The reader and myself, you know by now that we can see through it. You just woke up to this? Shy to even redeem that. Aww. Good morning, Queen. Did you sleep and just woken and I'm still streaming? But you need not be a part of this, nor is it in my interest to coerce you. You may go your own way if you wish. Live out your remaining days here, like so many others. So, if anyone among you prefers that, if you cannot see yourself continuing to strive together in the Commonwealth, as you are doing here, then speak now. Walfred pauses for a time, examining each member of the group. No one stirs. Very good. Some of you consider yourselves friends, some others not, but all of you are bound together through the rides, and are integral to our plan. Remember that. Hydrate and show off my wings. And chirp. Ah! Thank you for the hydrate. If I can chirp today. I could chirp earlier. Chirp, chirp. And show off my wings. Hi. Chirp, chirp. all of you are bound together through the rights and are integral to our plan. Remember that. You seek true freedom? You will not find it waiting for you in the Commonwealth, but together you can bring it about, both for yourselves and others. That is my promise. Then he lets out a long breath. That's it. I ask you all to think on this, and let's reconvene along our journey to the summit. Volfred, they wanted a poll earlier to know whether I'm cute or not. Definitely not. Volfred turns toward the mountains, leaving you to consider what he said, and plot the wagon's northward path. So are we gonna do this normally, or are we gonna try and do a revolt here? That's the only way to reach the base of the mountain. Let's go. Oh. Beyond lies Mount Elodial. I suggest we make camp here at the base of the mountain. We shall need our spirits and our strength to make the ascent. Now beyond a crystal seeks Tizo. Nice! My lovely reader comes to me again. To what do I owe the pleasure? New trial. Oh, good. Just as I was beginning to feel more bored even than usual. Look at that. Tizo's almost got the capstone at this point. Unless I need that as well to reach that. Probably do, don't I? If there's only that many points. Ask Sandra to administer one of her special trials for Tizo. Oh, she was who chased after the, not the pole. No! So she's the one who was chasing after Salai and Murder. Okay. I never picked up on that. Because that was in the book that we were reading earlier. 49 out of 11? No? What do you mean? I dare think I remember something of that imp. He certainly stood out from all his ilk, although that really is not saying much. Well, let us bring him forth. Tizo soon appears in heed of the summons. Tizo seems to be prepared for whatever lies ahead. 50 votes on the cute and 0 on no vote? What do you mean 50 votes? There's not 50 people in chat. How does that happen? Impossible. How are 50 people voting yes? No, I don't believe this. What? What? They must have come just to say cute. No. 51 what? No. 420 channel points. No. So now it's science. What have you caused? Banish several at once and return soon after. That's what we're gonna have to try doing. Because we have no really good attack, especially if they have a bigger radius than us. No. Verified cute. Aww. The apparition Sandra appears and unfastens her mask. Listen well, imp. You answer to me here. Tizo indicates his understanding and is prepared to begin Sandra's trial. Don't document it, no. It's impossible. You know the formalities, of course. Show me then. What have you learned thus far about the rites? Here, in this trial, it shall be just you, my Beyonders, and your lovely reader. Let us see now how you fare. 500% cuteness levels is too much! Do I have a bigger circle? I do. They just killed me! Go, go, go. Might as well take them with me. Oh, they dashed through me, what? No. No, 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 I need to win this. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. I hit caps lock instead of shift for the dash. Regret. Oh no, that didn't work. Oh yeah, it did. I'm just gonna fly. Flying's good. I have to change my middle name to Cute so I can say Cute is my middle name? Oh, this is the right. You need to, It's kind of like a trial thing where you sacrifice yourself in the end to do the damage, and it's how you get your freedom or something. From this underworld place. Teaser is excited to have completed Sandra's challenge and awaits her approval. A worthwhile effort, Imp. Your performance was sufficient, and you passed my test. Your predecessor may well have approved. The predecessor would have been the other imp we were reading about in the book, right? Thus, congratulations are in order, to you and to your lovely reader. Now, farewell. But yeah, you need to sacrifice yourself when you're holding onto the ball. That's how this works. Teaser is happy to be back and wonders what it is that Sandra granted you. You take a closer look at the new artifact in your possession. RC, yeah, Haub was the other imp. That was the name. Haub's Wing. Rank 7 legendary talisman. Tizo's flutter and zip abilities cost less stamina than usual. Epic. Even the sisters were taken aback, faced with such a sheer ferocity from one with such small stature. I know who I'm giving that to. Five's pretty low, isn't it? He's an Avali in another dimension? This guy? Are you saying this is the Avali? But they're an imp. There you are, my boy. There was something which I wanted to discuss with you in private. Small and ferocious? Yeah. A small changed Avali? Changed how? Volfred stares at you rather intently, as if reaching out to you, and then... You do know what it means to be a reader? Those such as we. We are not limited to reading pages from a book. Though your ability in this, I sense, is nascent. Still, mere flashes, uncontrollable. I see as well, now, that I haven't told you yet, your friends, and that explains a lot. They haven't told you readers such as you cannot go free. I had wondered why he would insist on pressing onward with this group in light of this. The answer then was plain. He simply did not know, or fully realize. They did not deceive you, by the way. There is no reason they would know, themselves, other than Tariq, who shall not influence your thinking in such matters. Rather, I had expected, when at first we met, that you already knew the truth of this from having read the passage in the Book of Rites, which states it plain. Only those who shall conduct the rites first-hand shall walk the path toward enlightenment, and become eligible to regain their freedom. Perhaps you have not gotten to that part just yet. Wolfred breaks free from you, and looks at you again. Then he speaks to you as normal. It is plain that you are not in adequate condition to conduct the rites, and this group values you as a reader. Thank you for the follow, Bay Turtle. Welcome to the stream. I wish only to ensure that you understand what you are getting into here. Despite whatever hopes and promises might have been shared, I do not think the rites can help you to return, if that is what you had in mind. So, once again, I invite you to depart, and I will see to it that you are compensated. Do not misunderstand. If it is your wish to remain, then you are welcome, but this journey we are on, it has no guarantees. Not for you, nor any one of us. Do you understand? So we cannot go free after all. There is more at stake here than my freedom alone, and besides, perhaps there is a way. You have learned in life to keep your expectations low and tempered. If Wolfred really wishes to know your thoughts on the subject, he knows where to find them. Why did you squish me? No! Don't squish the Avali. Well, they are our friends, aren't they? They want to go free, we can help them at least, even if we can't. The warning is of little consequence to you. You have always known those keen to warn against one course of action or another. None of it swayed you, and as ever, you shall forge your path. Very well. A lack of concern is fine with me, although I do not share your outlook, as long as yours is not a lack of understanding. Know that we have much at stake here in this. Anyway, much more than just a shot at going back into that Commonwealth, which cast us down here to begin with. It sounds like you intend to stick around. Then we'll have lots more time to chat, as we ascend the sacred mountain in the coming days. Until then. I feel like all three of those options are just stay, but a different way of staying. I was going to stay anyway, but... He strides out of the wagon then, leaving you with your thoughts. So you're telling me I haven't reached that page yet? Or was it an early up page that said only those who conduct it directly? No, I don't think it ever said it, did it? Alright then. What are you thinking? How very kind of you to visit me again like this, oh lovely reader. How big is that book? Pretty big, but you can only read bits at a time. For I was just standing about in the blackness of this void, thinking, it would be most pleasant if something were to happen for a change. There was a long period of time that this incarceration of mine failed utterly to do anything but bring me peace of mind. Not much of a punishment. I invite you to imagine an upbringing among the Sisters of the Arch, living on the outskirts of civilization. Your days all full of training which would kill you, or just cripple you for life. Sisters of the Arch, an ancient band of killers trained almost from birth to carry out their missions without fail. All the sisters needed was a name and a sum of 500 sol up front. Assassins then. Yeah, killers. How do you suppose I lost my sight? Through glorious battle with the scribes, or in a careless sparring session with my master? But I've not forgotten enough just yet. In any case, at first I welcomed the prospect of not having to struggle every moment to survive. But in less than 2 centuries, why, I started to grow terribly bored. It did not help at all that the Nightwings of the early days were the stodgiest lot you could imagine, obsessed with obeying the book as strictly as they could. Some of them started to remind me of myself, I think, when I was young. Such idiots, the lot of them. But what am I saying, lovely reader? I shall not bore you further with such matters. I would have bored myself to death back then, if only I could die. Like so many other things, I think mortality is something often taken for granted until it is taken away. So, given your mortality, what say that we get back to business here? She's saying I don't have long and better do this already. Hi, Gradient. Discuss the plan. Earlier, Volfred called for a group meeting, presumably to reveal his plan in more detail. Instead, he reveals some bad news. Wait, what are you saying? What I'm saying, my boy, is that while you can indeed get yourself out of here, it can't be all of you at once. We earn our way back one by one, or not at all. But I swore that we'd go free together. We may go free together yet, but it's going to take time, and this is only the first phase. You, Hedwin, and the others exchange glances. Why don't we just tell the others that we can't go as well, yeah? We don't want to surprise them with that. Let me make this plainer for you still. Here is how the coming days are going to unfold. First, we are going to ascend Mount Elodial there to the north. You may not think this wagon's fit for it, though rest assured, it made the journey many times. You did a science and it scares me. Next, we'll pass through Scribe's Gate, the only worthy part through there, as your reader could attest, if he did not merely skim that chapter of the book. It is said the scribes themselves keep watch over Scribe's Gate. The judgment of the scribes determines who can cross and who is sent the fast way down. He's talking to me about skimming chapters, but it doesn't even let me properly read the book. Afterwards, we'll reach the Fall of Soliam and meet our adversaries in the rites. They are to be the Tempers, led by the demon Ignarius. You'll know him when you see him. Tempers, a mighty triumvirate that has been the closest rival of the Nightwings. Ignarius is the notorious demon leader of one of the most feared triumvirates in the rites. 51. What do you mean 51? Oh yeah, it was 51, yes, correct. It was 51 already. Gradient makes it 52. Ignarius, you know when you see him. Both you and they shall choose someone from your respective ranks. Then, once one of the triumvirates prevails, their somebody will be whisked home to the Commonwealth. Whisked home to the Commonwealth? Precisely. Once returned, our somebody is taken in, and clothed, and fully pardoned. The Commonwealth knows about all this, the same Commonwealth that says a sentence into exile is forever, and freedom from the downside is impossible. Many of these details the scribes themselves wished to be kept secret. Former exiles and the leaders of the Commonwealth alike have good incentive to protect those secrets well. So then that's it. We climb the mountain, someone goes back, and everyone else stays. For most of those participating in the rites, yes, that's it. But I like your connotation, and indeed for us that isn't it, at all. If one of us returns, it shall be just a step along our path. However, let's let that sit for now. Gather your strength. We'll talk again on our way up. I wonder if Volfred has any other motives, you know, because the other tree guy, he said not to even talk to him pretty much and not to let him know that we were there or that he was there. Perhaps the other tree guy knows Volfred, now that I think about it. Hopefully Volfred's not up to something bad. Talk again on our way up. Volfred leaves the rest of you to consider what he said. You have time now for your vacations. At dawn you shall begin your ascent of Mount Elodial. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to train up someone. Tizo's close. Sir Gilman. This knight shall be your eager protege. You sit down with Sir Gilman to go over some of the subtler aspects of the rites, such as the state of banishment and how to return from it. You sense he is beginning to understand. Almost. This knight has little fear of banishment should his self-sacrifice help clear a path for his compatriots. Nice. On to Mount Elodial. How big is this mountain? If they're all demons, it means they're all going to have really big circles. If they're anything like Jadariel. Here before you lies Mount Elodial, stretching far beyond your line of sight. Somewhere upon this mountain lies the only place from which you can escape the downside. Your companions gather round again before Volfred, who stands tall as ever. Whether from the cold air or the subject now at hand, you sense a tension in the air. Now then, you'll have many questions, no? I've done a lot of talking, so go on, ask away. But there is only silence. One question stands out in your mind, which you refrain from asking yet. If only one of you is free to go, if only one of you is to go free at first, who shall it be? Go on now, don't be shy. Who first? Questions. Why us? Why you indeed, madam? That I can explain. You've seen the sort you stand against as adversaries in the rites. What is it that they want, do you suppose? They want their freedom back, of course. They'll settle for it on the Commonwealth's own terms. They'll gain their freedom and some cushy new responsibilities. Perhaps they'll have a hand in sending still more exiles here to join us. Think on it. The Commonwealth rose from the ashes of a fallen empire thanks to the efforts of the first exiles who escaped this place via the rites. It is the Commonwealth's first and proudest tradition to honour those who lived to redeem their transgressions. They have a certain wisdom, do they not? But as for you, I have been looking for a certain set of dispositions for a good length of time. All I needed was for somebody appropriate to show up and to listen. So I planted many little eyes and ears throughout this land, whispering hints of this, absurd as it may sound. Took someone with a certain faith and creativity to go for it. That someone proved to be Hedwin over there. He was tasked with seeking two trustworthy allies, an old buried wagon and a reader. He was invited to bring others for the ride, all different sorts, gather enough help and he and his friends could be free. Long story. Right, why do they need to find a reader if you're the reader all along, Volfred? Unless Volfred is planning to go into a rite himself with me as his reader to set him free. Is that why he wants a second reader? But then, if that was his plan, why has he told us that we're free to leave? Probably not then. Long story, but you know much of the rest. So then, why you? because I have reason to believe you're not the sort to play right back into the Commonwealth's old hand. The rights, as you have seen, are quite exclusive. You are imposters in this little party. You could be the ones to break it up. Now then, more questions. Your head is beginning to spin. You can excuse yourself or keep listening. Your fellow's exile's freedom seems to hinge on Volfred's plan. You ought to consider his every word. Absolutely. Volfred's explanations are a lot to take in. They feel compelled to absorb as much of what he is willing to tell you at this point. He prompts for further questions when Jadariel raises her voice again. Hold. You mistook my meaning. I understand your plan, still I wish to know why us? Why are we, among all others, chosen for this liberation rite? Liberation rite. On a flooded moon at the fall of Saliam, an exile from the prevailing triumvirate shall go free. The anointed champion then shall plunge into the shimmer pool and return in glory. The Book of Rites. Ah, I see. Well, but that is simple really, madam. You are chosen. You are qualified, I should say, because as the expression goes, 'tis what the scribes ordain. Though in this case the expression is quite literally true. When the 8 created the rites, each of them anointed certain other exiles to participate on their behalf, exiles who showed some promise of redemption. The triumvirates they formed have stood the test of time, replenishing their numbers as their individuals moved on or passed on. You've met them as they are today. The accusers, the vindictive triumvirate that conducted many liberation rites in the past but seldom prevailed. Lendl the Liar. Have we met them? You've met them as they are today. We probably have met them. The accusers, the withdrawn, and so on. I think that in the first episode I did a while back. The 8 scribes also formed a special group, against which all the others would be judged. That group they called the Nightwings. You bear their books, wear their masks and raiments. You need but show up to the rites, you see. The others, erstwhile, jockey for position for a chance to take you on. Yeah, well, if we don't, what if we don't show up? Then you would deny yourselves a chance at freedom, and deny it also to your adversaries. Victory means nothing in a common right then. Participation is all that matters. Not so, madam. Only the enlightened may regain their freedom, while failure can be an excellent teacher. The scribes do favour the victor. So you see, those who do not conduct the rites, or do not prevail in them sufficiently, they may find themselves barred from the liberation rites. But these are technicalities. Ah! Thanks for the head pats, Gradient. The Nightwings disbanded years ago. Since then, no one has gone free. Yet still the other triumvirates pressed on, with fleeting hope that one day you'd be back. It's been a heavy price to pay in all of this. Now, if you excuse me, we'll talk again some other time. So there's more groups, but we've just been facing the first ones to get there. And because we've been beating them a lot, we've denied them their freedom. And technically we didn't need to win them all for our freedom, by the sounds of it. But any that we lost, any of them that we lost would mean that the other teams would have had a chance for freedom. I will not explode. Some murmur to themselves about all this as Volfred takes his leave. Others reconnoiter. What does that mean? Thanks for the bit, Epic. How do you spell that? Reconnoiter. Make a military observation of a region. That makes sense. Others reconnoiter pathways leading up the mountain and present you with some options. Fresho wackadoo? What? What's he talking about? Emperor's Ascent, Emperor's Fall, unknown area. No, no more explodings. May believes the 8 scribes will bless whoever goes through here. Pamitha expects some long lost valuables to be stashed here. Let's go for the valuables. Nyum. Just drive off a cliff. What? This wagon's great. I'm not a pineapple. Pineapples are green and yellow. He joined Pamitha on her brief expedition to find anything of value dropped by those who tried to scale the mountain but did not succeed. Wait, I shall be joining you. What, now I get 2 chaperones? But sure, I'm game. Whatever you wingless are into. Be silent, little bird, and fetch those trinkets and be done. I'm not a common broken bottle. What are you talking about, Epic? I would not taste great in a pizza, no. My, so full of bitterness. You really ought to make the most of these last precious moments that we share. And you ought not to mince your words. Oh please. We all know you're going to be the first one out of here, so why not quit your constant frowning for a change? I the first one out of here? Of course. It's plain the others pity you. You've been here longer than the rest of us by far. Besides maybe that Volfred, though he seems plenty happy here making his speeches. No, not an Avali pizza. That's cursed. How dare you? How dare you to presume nothing is decided as of yet? Oh, no doubt, no doubt. Though if by some coincidence you do end up selected for the honour, I just want you to know something. I truly, from the bottom of my heart, do hope we shall prevail on your behalf. Because that way you shall be free, of me at least, and I in turn shan't have to suffer any longer your hideous attitude toward me and everything. Hi, Vinyl. No, don't put me on a pizza. No. Chat, why? Me and everything. At that you intervene. Jadariel's eyes burn with fury, but then she calms herself. Marketable plushie. No. I shall see you at the wagon, Rita. Pamitha scoffs as Jadariel storms off. I swear, that one. Well, moving on. There's something sparkling down there. Be right back. My eyes fill you with dread. Aww. She swoops out of sight, leaving you alone there on the mountain. Pamitha soon returns with something that lay long forgotten in the rocks below. A fairy spirit. Oh. After bearer banishes an adversary, spawn a moon drop, which grants infinite stamina. As fairies presumably do not exist, it is likely they came to no harm in its creation. That's pretty cool. Don't pass out in VR. Hedwin wants to see the view on a whim. Sir Gilman wants to see the water. That statue looks just like Gilman, let's go. I hope your hand's okay. At long last! The worm surges toward the waters of the cistern. You decide to join him for a brief excursion there after another hard day's ride. You find him in a shallow pool, appearing very much contented. This night, he thought he may never again feel fresh water's cool caress against his scales. He sighs, splashing about from time to time, then he turns his attention over to you. Passing out in VR is the whole point, but that's dangerous. Both for you and if you, it can lead to damage for the headset too. You got Cozy with friends. Vali could use items called the... What? Just a small cut, it'll be fine, not even bleeding. That's a relief. Hope you're alright. Can I touch that? I can. He sighs, splashing about from time to time, then he turns his attention over to you. It depends what kind of headset. If you've got one that's like mine, one side, the back of it's got the got a cog of some sort on it. The sides have headphones, and the front has, and your front has the visor. So like whichever side you lie, you're going to be lying on top of something, you know. I've never been that comfortable lying down in my headset. You, Master Reader, are most kind, to take with you this wayward knight. He swears to prove himself to you and to the rest. He knows that soon now someone may go free. He knows the choice of whom may weigh heavy upon you, heavily indeed. Can I poke Sir Gilman? I can try. For it is you who ought to make the choice, is that not so? This night he heard it from the others, so it must be true. Now listen, please, upon what little honour this knight has. This knight's penance isn't yet complete. There's much atoning to be done. So when rises the occasion to decide who ought to go free, this knight wants you to know something. Please do not choose him, not even if you wish, and not even if you can, he begs of you. Allow this knight that simple dignity. With that, Sir Gilman sinks into the waters. His tail waves to you to leave him be for now. Sir Gilman does not believe he deserves his freedom yet. So grateful is this knight for such a glorious occasion that he is giving strong consideration to performing here and now the forbidden dance of the Sea Dominion. The front part of the Vita is dirty, but you got carpet, so you'd have to be hard to smash it. Yeah, but your body weight on it, or your head's weight on it, can hurt it. Or if you move the wrong way in your sleep. Like one time in my sleep, like I just punched myself in the head in my sleep. Don't do that with the VR headset on. It does make waking up suck. What do you mean good? Epic, why so mean? Once per round, when saluting his adversaries, Sir Gilman freezes all exiles for 3 seconds. Press T to salute. You can do that? Nice. Yes, but then consider you have a really sad dream and you cry a bit. Your tears will go into the headset. What are you talking about, Epic? You and your companions gather at Scribe's Gate, where the single narrow trail to the summit narrows even more, and falls under an archway carved of stone. Come along now, everyone, and be prepared to speak your mind when you are called. Frankly, most of you still lack enlightenment, but we may pass together. Much how we act is with a single heart and mind during the rites. Havarti pizza with special D sauce. Epic, why? Well then, lead onward, Tariq. Please, follow me. Removing his hat, the lone minstrel approaches the gate. You and all the others follow. He took his hat off. That means it's serious. When the last of your companions nears the arch, you notice someone standing high above, who then appears before you. Epic, I'm gonna start ignoring you at this rate. She eyes the lone minstrel first. Is that you, Tariq? It is. Greetings, Celeste. Celeste the Gate Guardians. She watches over Scribe's Gate and seems to be connected to the lone minstrel and the rites. Can you stop talking about the D? If you say that once more, I'm removing your VIP. Greetings, Celeste. And you did it once more. Okay. How do I un-VIP someone? Un-VIP. That works. And how's your rest? Too long, Celeste. It seems your work has piled up in the meantime. You bring this many to the gate? Aye. Then let us make this quick. She gestures toward the rest of you. Now each of you in turn state who you are and what you seek whilst crossing Scribe's Gate. Do as she says, please, without questioning. Your fellow exiles exchange glances but quickly comply. I'll start. They call me Headwind the Deserter. I've come here seeking freedom for myself and my companions. In my case, so I can return to be with the one whom I love. Wish you could sleep on your side. You'd basically crash the headset. I'd crash the headset whichever way I lie. Yes, Epic. I said if you did it again, I'd remove it, and you did it again. I'll start. They call me Headwind the Deserter. I've come here seeking freedom for myself and my companions. In my case, so I can return to be with the one whom I love. The woman bids him forward. The lone minstrel prompts Ruki to speak up next. I'm regarded by the name of Rookie Greentail. I just want to get out of here, I guess, with my chance preferably. Go see Mama back home. I am Captain Jadariel. I do not truly know as yet what I am seeking here. Oh, my name is May, and I am here, I think, because the scribes have called to me? It must be them, because if not, then who? Pressure of a pillow is nothing. Depends what pillow you've got. Headsets are expensive though, so I wouldn't want to push my luck. Not pizza jokes, I removed it because you keep talking about some D. If you do it again, next will be the ban. Oh, my name is May, and I am here, I think, because the scribes have called to me. It must be them, because if not, then who? Tizo seeks to live up to the Nightwing's legacy, and maybe see the Commonwealth someday. You've been warned, Epic. Sir Gilman of the Sea Dominion, at your service. This knight is on a quest to find his honor. He lost it at a certain point. Pamitha Thane, I'm only here because my sister's here. Then, as Volfred steps forward, the one called Celeste raises her voice. You. I recognize you from the Nightwings of the past. You are not clad in the raiments any longer. I would know why. I had my chance already. The Nightwings that now stand before you, I travel with them as a pilgrim now. That's just good luck, final, yeah. Kev's got the idea. I see. Then state why you are here, as have the others. My name is Volfred Sandalwood. He is a long-standing exile of the Nightwings who seeks more than his own freedom. I seek liberty for each of us, so that one day we all might stand shoulder to shoulder on the other side and bring our freedom to the people there. She waves him by. Then she turns to you, for there is no one left to go. State who you are to traverse Scribe's Gate. When I learned you knew the old ways, they came for you and you could not run far. Your youth is gone, but your thirst for knowledge earned you a trip to the downside nonetheless. Years of strife within the Commonwealth and the hiring remnants afflicted you since birth. I genuinely don't think we know who we are. You can have VIP back. If you want to waste the points on it, you can. A VR headset or headphones. Why not have both at once? Epic, why? I genuinely don't know who I am here. You cannot, for the life of you, recall a time before arriving in the downside. Details of the Commonwealth are scarce within your mind. Perhaps you wanted to forget the place. The one called Celeste continues to examine you, expecting you to add to your response. State also what you truly seek. Friends, freedom, revenge. Wait, did you actually redeem it? No, you didn't. What do we seek? Freedom, friends, revenge for being cast down here to see what happens. Help the friends. Yes. Up to you, Epic. Yeah. I've warned you, yeah. It's not appropriate. Vinyl derp, no. Don't say it, Epic. Don't do it. Oh no. Epic, you've been warned. I'm not falling for the trap, and you've already lost your VIP for trying to lay out that trap there. No. Not appropriate. And no, I'm not about to fall for it. You won't consider my threat as warning. Up to you. I've warned you. Epic, no. Oof. Yugi has 5 trap cards in the entire deck? A Swords of Revealing Light. Epic, no. Why epic? The companions you have met here who have helped you to survive and to find kinship in the downside. Your priority is to ensure that they achieve their goals. D is not clearly a trap. Clearly it is. Stop talking for a minute. Okay, tell you what. I'm gonna go grab a drink. I'll be back in a minute. There's your stop talking. Sorry everyone. I am free to talk again. I don't need to sign language it. Epic, you're evil. Epic is the evil one confirmed. That is all you wish for now. So we only wish to help our friends out here at the moment. Epic. Stop. I will ban. Epic. I don't care. Stop talking about D and stop talking about nuts. I will ban you. The woman regards you for a time, then nods once and waves all of you by. The 8 scribes bid the Nightwings welcome here. Go forth with glory. And Tariq? I'm like still on. I, Celeste. Be on your way as well. The lone minstrel bows his head and puts his hat back. He does not look back at her. What are we doing here exactly? Is this the end? Oh, there it is. Giant book. From the top of Mount Elodiel, you can see the distant downside before you. You think on the many thousand leagues you crossed to reach this point as the sky grows dim. Liberation Rite, a shop, the Mercy Shown. Slug Market. And someone to talk to. River Frost. So cold it can burn the skin but keeps the wagon cool and food fresher longer. It toggles. Do you have anything new? You do? This place, where you currently reside, it must be Mount Elodiel, is it not? This is where those blasted scribes decided what to do with me. I had already failed in my mission to eliminate the demon Salayam Mur. Is that what they look like, is it? 8th of the 8 scribes of the Book of Rites, known as the First Exile or the Last of his name, a once proud emperor who neglected his nation and found penitence in the downside. Don't let Epic Wolf get to me, you're gonna lurk and give me spiritual pats. Thank you. Thanks for the lurk, Gav. I try not to let Epic get to me. Oh, I appreciate the thought, Vinyl. They took me and some of my Beyonders alive, although do not expect to see account of that in their good book. Whether it was for mercy or for spite, I never became certain. I probably presumed that my expulsion for eternity would eventually have taught me some respect for them, but no, not yet. Not yet. Well, I do not mean that really. The scribes did spare my life, and were it not for that, I would never have been thusly trapped, to then enjoy your company, O lovely reader. Now, having met my quota of blaspheming for the time, I think it best that we resume the normal sort of business between us, if there is any to speak of. And good hunting at the precipice. May you soon rid the downside of some useless idiot. It's the latest page. Then we'll get on to talking to Jody. The mercy shown, in the words of Gold Galathanian, the Master General. The Imp Hoab and I, we helped to save my Emperor, and when the danger did subside, my Emperor Salayam Mur, he said something to me which shook me to the essence of my being. He said, "You gave me your freedom, Master Galathanian, so that I may yet have mine. You too, now, are an exile of the downside, in all the ways which I have left. I never could repay the mercy you have shown me. So, if I cannot do so in this life, Alright chat, what do you think I should do with Epic? Didn't take the warning. Remove the VIP or ban? Do I think it's possible to sweep your arm wings back to see my claws better? What do you mean? He's making distasteful jokes, can ignore him. Yeah, but I warned him not to. I warned him to stop. There we go, Epic's on timeout. Next time it will be a ban Epic. The imp Hoab and I, we helped to save my emperor, and when the danger did subside, my emperor Salia Mur, he said something to me, which shook me to the essence of my being. He said, "You gave your freedom, Master Galathanian, so that I may yet have mine. You too now are an exile of the downside in all the ways which I have left. I never could repay the mercy you have shown me, so if I cannot do so in this life, then I shall do it in the next." We crossed the land together, and, together with the imp, we gained the company of those who saw in him what I did. So Salayam's still around. Jadariel appears to be prepared for whatever is to come this night, though it is not yet dark, she is already in her raiments. Hedwyn soon joins her, also looking ready. Any sign of Ruki? None as yet. Complained about a shaping at the collar of his mask. Our freedom might be hinging on that collar then. I am certain that it is. They share a laugh together. The three of you exchange glances, but nothing is said or needs to be said. Soon, if Bolfred is to be believed, one of your companions may regain his or her freedom. Hey, what did I miss? Am I late? Is it starting? Is it starting yet? Easy, Ruki. You've got a little time. It isn't starting yet. How fare your struggles with your mask, Greentail? Doing a lot better, thanks. Just had to smash it repeatedly against the wall for a little bit, put some of the old nerves to bed there for good measure. Though this is really happening, huh? One of us might be getting out of here, like, soon. By dawn, in fact, if all goes well. If all goes well? That's one way to look at it, I guess. What are you getting at, Greentail? Well, it's just, we might be breaking up the band here, people. If one of us gets out, that's been bugging me a while now. I thought we all were getting out of here at once. He shoots a look at you. Some of us, we might not be getting out of here at all. Hedwyn slams his fist against the wall. No, not if I can help it. We made a promise to each other. Each of us. The four of us, we're all getting out of here. I care about the others too, I do, but we've been here from the start. I want you to know my promise is to you, and I believe you'll do the same for me. So it's like this. If any one of us gets out, great, but it's just a start. We're going to do whatever it takes there on the other side to make it so the rest of us can get back too. What, you think they're going to build a bridge down here if we ask nice or something? I don't know what it's going to take. I just know we have to try. Jadariel turns to you. Reader, we shall find a way. She nods to reassure you and to reassure herself. Ruki nods his head in turn. And Hedwyn's gaze never once falters. Well, my friends, I think it's just about time. Let's go. One by one, they turn towards the door. The fall of Solium awaits, a vital step in your quest for freedom. Yet you feel in your heart that it shall only be the first. All three of them got a hope for the right. Nice! In that case, I'll probably use the three of them. Psst, hey guys, so just so you're aware and all, I know how come you're here. How come you made it all the way up here? Oh, I know, alright. You're here because I got the lowest prices in all the downside, am I right? And some of the new stuff I got in stock. You're gonna get a lot of value here, an awful lot. What was Epic Wolf doing? A lot of distasteful jokes. The kind where he keeps talking about D and nuts. So I've done a timeout. You got the VIP back, but after the timeout, it's a ban. Next thing's a ban. There's only so many warnings I can give. You're here because I got the lowest prices in all the downside, am I right? Some of the new stuff I got in stock, you're going to get a lot of value there, an awful lot. Oh. Scribe Snuff. Unlearn any masteries and choose again. No, I'm happy with the masteries I've got actually. These though, the Stardust. I've also got a Fairy Spirit, I should do that, shouldn't I? There we go. Some Stardust. We don't want to give this to you, this is good. There we go. I could power this talisman up. Or that's level 7. You've got the rare one that I haven't leveled up yet. Let's put them all on here. Whatever. Heaps of stamina. Must be a lucky day here, or I don't know what, Dad. The Liberation Rite. Is everyone prepared, Hedwin? Yes, though several of us have another question that's been troubling us. You need but ask. You said that one of us is going to return to the Commonwealth if we defeat the Tempers in the rites this night. What happens if we fail? Hedwin, my boy, don't you see? The path to freedom and the path to enlightenment are one and the same. Do you intend to stray from the path? No. Then you have nothing to fear. Let me be much more upfront with you. Should you be defeated by the Tempers this night, then one of them shall end up going free instead of one of you. It is as simple as that. What then is to be done? The very same as if we achieve victory, we await our next such opportunity and make the most of it. Tonight our plan is set in motion. We are united in our cause. We shall look as ever toward the stars for guidance, and seize upon our future chances, just as they arise. The plan. Walfred's ambitious plot to spark a revolution in the Commonwealth as peacefully as possible. The plan's current probability of success, 18%. We shall stand together, shoulder to shoulder, as the scribes themselves once stood. Walfred Sandalwood. So, look up, my boy, and set aside your doubts. It is time to take great strides along the path.
have passed since last the Nightwings gained the summit of the sacred mountain and stood upon the fall of Solium. You are to be commended for your guidance, reader, but only if you can prevail in this liberation rite. Here you stand to gain much more than some enlightenment.
Wonder how different this one's going to be.
Your adversaries are none other than the Tempers. I trust they need no introduction. Soon, one among you shall regain their freedom.
The pyres burn, and each of the triumvirates is present and prepared. I concur. The pyres burn, and each of the triumvirates is present and prepared. Then, anointed one of the Tempers, come forth now, and declare yourself, and pay any respects you have unto your adversaries, the Nightwings. A massive demon swaggers into view. He reaches for his mask. You know who I am already. But look at what we got here. The damned Nightwings decided to show up. Almost figured we were never going to see the day again. He takes notice of someone in your ranks. Hey, you! He indicates Jadariel. She scoffs back at him. Loose the mask. Ain't seen one of our own in ages. Not in these damned robes. Jadariel's hesitation is almost imperceptible before she moves to remove her mask, just as her adversary asked. Satisfied? Whoa, you must be new. Jadariel soon puts her mask back on. Enough talk. Ha, I like you, curly horns. Tell you what, once you put out your lights, you come along with these guys. We're gonna have a spot open. Only shame is, I ain't gonna be around to show you a good time. I should rather cut out my tongue. Oh, you don't mean that. Our kind, we ought to stick together. Now come on. Ignarius throws his mask back on as his allies snarl at the rest of you. Have the Nightwings reached a decision on whose behalf they shall conduct this rite? The lone minstrel gets your attention in his subtle way. Reader, this is it. The first companion whom you choose shall be anointed to go free this very night if you prevail. The other two in the triumvirate shall lend their aid. Welcome back, Epic. As you may know, only the most enlightened in the rites are eligible to go free. Not all among you may be ready yet. Now, Nightwings, I would have your decision. Sure.
Who most deserves their freedom?
Do we even know their stories yet, honestly? Like, what have they even done? Has anyone told us? Unworthy. Unworthy, unworthy, unworthy. I want to put the original 3 in, so I want to pick one of these two. This one that goes free first. Thinking Headwind. Yeah. If you insist. Then the Gate Guardian looks upon you and your adversaries. Very well then. Under the watch of the 8 scribes, here are the stakes of this eve's liberation rite. Should the Nightwings prevail, the one called Hedwin the Deserter shall be liberated. Should the Tempers prevail, the exile Ignarius shall go free instead. She then turns to you. Now, who among the Nightwings shall complete your triumvirate to strive alongside Hedwin the Deserter and see to his return in glory?
Who shall stand with him?
Jadariel and Ruki. Very well. Let us prevail here and see this through.
Rookie.
Yeah, sure, no pressure, right, chum?
Very well.
Very well. The 8 scribes accept your choices, reader of the Nightwings. She then indicates to the lone minstrel. Now, are you yourself prepared, Tariq? Aye, Celeste. Then let us all begin. Nightwings, been waiting an awful long time to get out of this hole. Try and stop me. What do they have though?
Commence.
Oop. I messed that up, didn't I? Oof. Nice. You good-for-nothing Nightwings. Skip out on us for years and years, then show up all of a sudden like you're gonna let somebody out for once, but now we gotta work for it, I guess. Damn it, I used to be the best, at this at least, but now the pressure's getting to me. Can't believe it's getting to me. Myra, I doubt you'd even recognize me anyway. Come on, Nightwings, let's see you keep this up. Come on. Can't just leave it over there till they respawn. Almost. Oof.
Nightwings proved their worth. As for their adversaries, they did not. Thus ends the liberation rite.
Does that mean he goes now?
And thus, the scribes have chosen the exile appointed by the Nightwings shall be free, absolved of all misdeeds, return to glory in the Commonwealth. His adversary and all others shall remain to carry out their rightful sentences.
God, what a joke. We should have had this. You should have had this. God all rusty. You've been waiting so damn long. Damn it, damn it. Nightwings, be seeing you around, I guess. And next time you ain't gonna be so lucky. We did it. I will ban if you continue, Epic. Don't push your luck. We did it. Then I guess that means I have to go. I broke my vow to him that we would all go free together. Reader, my friend, why would you do this? Will you ever forgive me? Fakani, wait for me. Wait for me. Someone for whom Hedwyn cares deeply. They are separated in the Commonwealth. He remained silent for a moment longer, then. Listen to me, all of you. I will not forget this. If there is anything at all that I can do back on the other side to help the rest of you, then I am going to find it, and I am going to do it. And at the very least, I'll do everything to make sure that, by the time more of you come join me back at home, that it'll be a better place, for all of us. Look, I don't have long now, so just thank you, all of you. I won't forget this. Then he plunges out of sight into the shimmer pool. His voice is audible, but growing faint. A seldom seen celestial phenomenon linking the downside back to the Commonwealth. Thus, beneath the blooded moon, the Sclorian waters rise for but a moment, only to fall again. Downside legend. It's happening. Goodbye, my friends. Reader, everyone, goodbye. Until we see each other. Hedwyn earned back his freedom. He's set to return to the Commonwealth and leave the downside forever. Bye, Hedwyn.
The 8 scribes are ever merciful. By their grace, the cycle of the rites may soon commence again.
Nice. Faster, stronger, and a little better looking too. I mean, is there anything I can't handle? A mastery. We want to go down further on this tree, don't we? An aura that goes further. Yes, please.
Until the rites begin anew.
So what now that Hedwyn's gone? I know you're not just talking about peanuts because you really like peanuts, Epic. After your victory over the Tempers in the Liberation Rite, you return to your wagon to decide how to proceed from here. I'm going to miss that guy. And I'm sure that's the only reason you're talking about them, Epic. It is quieter now, but we'll see Hedwyn again if we persevere. He was the first friendly face we encountered in the downside since we gained his freedom. Our journey's now begun in earnest. We'll just need to make a few last preparations while we're here. What about the stars? They don't seem to wait around for us. About that. Reader, go see for yourself. Epic, I'm this close to banning you. I don't want to, but I will. About that, Reader, go see for yourself. What are we seeing? The night sky over Mount Elodial is much darker than you would have expected. Your thoughts are with Hedwyn as you look toward the heavens. Gaze into the darkness of night. Take care, Vinyl. Thanks for stopping by. You search and search the sky, but in vain. No stars are shining now. The stars revealed nothing, did they not? You confirm his suspicions. It's as the book foretells. This is the chance we need to make ready for what lies ahead. There is a haven south of here we'll travel to at dawn, and when the stars decide to shine for us again, we'll be ready. Mark my words. Very nice. Alright. Just give me a second. Yeah, I think that's where I'll be stopping for tonight. So, yeah, stay tuned. I'd like to thank everybody for tuning in. I hope that you enjoyed the stream. There's the Discord link that Gradient Cat's just sent if anyone wants to join. Everyone's welcome there. And yeah, we'll roll the credits and we'll look for someone to raid. I remember we got a point redeem earlier that said requesting a raid, but that was 2 hours ago, so they're probably not live. We'll have to check. Let's do the credits. Thank you to Epic Wolf for the cheer, Bay Turtle, and the Phantom Master for the follows. Also thanks to It's Patchy for the host, and Regon Seedal for the host as well. Okay, let's see if Zephixus is online. They are not, so nobody can suggest who to raid this stream. And I've also warned Frost Glacier before about doing the raid reward too early, so I won't be refunding those points. Let's see who's online then. Who's live? Let's raid. If someone wants to ban Epic. Let's raid. Yeah, I'm gonna raid the 13th Sea Orc. I'm just trying to get the wording right. You are not harmless. Let's do that raid. Take care, everyone. Thanks again for watching. Bye.